Good morning, guys. Is stocks? They are, in fact. Have you bought any calls? No? For what? Calls it open? I might, but not yet. Congrats on those 4450 straddles. Thanks, Yaga. Big moves are the best moves. What's up, Claw Range? Good morning, man. Thanks so much, dude. What market doing today? Opening significantly lower. Will it stay there? I don't know. But ding ding. I thought VIX above 15 was a myth. It still apparently is, because it's not updating. There it goes. Minis had a rough night. Yeah, HSI did too. This morning's data wasn't super great. Obviously, new mortgages going down shows some credit tightening over the last week that people are not going to be a big fan of. Let's fuck those sold 4400s right in the A. Ideally, yes. But that's very aggressive first thing in the morning, Lawrence of Arabia. Is it true the Fed said the R word? The Fed has said the R word like 50 times now. Nice, Yaga. Let's see what positioning's looking like for the morning. We got boom. All right. 4450. Okay, still a lot of volume at 4450 today. Is this today? Oh no, it's not. Okay, this is bullshit. Never mind. Okay, actually just shitloads of puts. 4415, 4405 are the two key levels right now. But interest is accumulating sub 4400 is also. Looks like ES just failed the test of the standard deviation at 4440. Boom. Let's get in some momentum. Is the Fed going to raise rates? If stocks go down 1%, then they go up 6% for the next 6 days. This is the market as I know it. Also, I was born a month ago. I see. Well, I suppose that's one way of thinking about it. SPY's down today because I closed a bleeding put yesterday. You're all welcome. AJ, what is it? I feel like you can make more money than you lose just consistently buying puts for the first trading minute. Some days. I think that depends on the market. The Fed doesn't know the first thing about grape horticulture. Okay, this is not the conversation we need to have this morning. Good morning, Pickle Man. I hope you're doing good today. I'm hanging in there, Venseg. How are you doing? Did you finally full port puts at the right time? Actual stuff is happening today. Yeah. Fed red wine? Maybe. I don't think I like it, though. Is VIX in backwardation yet? Damn. So close. No. No, man, I blew up my port permanently. I'm out of the market for a while. I'm going to take a break, maybe a paper trade or something, and come back in a year or two. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. They can't just let 4,400 go that quick, can they? They can. They may not be able to stop it, which would be really cool. I don't know if I missed it, but how fuck was the jobs data? It wasn't even that bad. ADP was way the fuck up. And then Challenger showed fewer cuts, way below forecast. And then ADP was way above forecast. Jobless claims was slightly up. But the 4-week was down a little, which is just because of the trailing effect. And then continuing claims were down. So yeah, it wasn't really fucking crazy or anything. But better jobs data means more action from the Fed, right? So strong labor market, kind of bearish. I just landed in Madrid. Thanks to the red and saving my puts. Now make it crash, please. Fuck the pores. Cuckoo. Thank you, Castellasaurus. Enjoy Madrid. It's beautiful there this time of year. Why is Cat still pumping against the market? Because it's Caterpillar. It's value. Thanks, Tender Eyes Loins. Do you think there's panic and fear in the office of the pumpers right now? I hope so. I hope they're freaking the fuck out. Any chance SPX fills the gap today, or do you think we just go down today? I would very much like us to just go down today. But yes, there's a small chance that we can bounce. We can find support at 4,400. If we fail there, I think it's pretty unlikely that we see the gap fill. There's not a lot of call interest down here, so they'll have to rebuild all of the levels back to 4450, and they'll have to do it while a lot of their sold puts are underwater. My account stopped out at 30% risk yesterday. Mine did too. Day late, dollar short. Why are caterpillars valuable? Because they turn into butterflies? Yes. I had migraines and threw up. So this is prophecy of downs? Maybe. Who wins in a tooth versus nail fight, by the way? Between who? Comments on NVIDIA vertical, please. What about it? It expires tomorrow. I would like NVIDIA under, ideally under 420. I guess I could buy back the short put. Although I suppose I don't need to. Do you think there will be any put capitulation, profit taking, or most will hold until a test of GN? I think most of the puts that exist were bought today. So I don't know if there'll be a lot of capitulation just yet. Nice. Fidelity is rigged, and it won't let me cut my 4460 positions. It will not load the trade screen. Crime. Yes. And very possible. Just call them. If you're having like broker issues, drop everything you're doing and call the options desk and tell them to close your fucking options. Paper traded my first overnight straddle on SPY at 443. Set stops at open, was closed out on my long side, then followed with a short until I was stopped. 5.1% gain. Thanks, Gurk. Nice, dude. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to yield something off of them every day, even if you just close them more traditionally. And don't carry around like 75 underwater puts on SPX like I do. Well, not underwater anymore. Yeah, it feels nice. Hold for data at 10 before buying more. Probably. Yeah. Seems smart. Here's a fun fact. Crime. That's not really a fact. It's more of a assumption. Do you consider this is a confirmation of Tesla breakdown? Or would you wait for further SPX movement down? It's not confirmation of Tesla's breakdown yet. Still looking for that 275 level. Girk's slowest disciple. Girk, I did a thing. I did a SPX straddle and I made money. You were right all along. I know, it only took me from October till now for people to try it. Hopefully the market doesn't just keep going down and people can learn how to use them, because after that they won't be so good. How about MULN? Up 140% yesterday. Suing shorts. Share buyback. Good for them. They still don't make things or have a real company, but I'm glad they're suing the short sellers. I'm sure that'll get them really far. By traditionally, you mean like I did where you close both around the same time and not continually dragging out the loser? Yeah, that's more traditional, a traditional way of managing a straddle. On a move like this, where you get a big move, you that's generally how you want to do it. By the way, you don't want to keep that fucking dead leg open, right? Do you think having done the theme song to Grease is the most underrated piece of Frankie Valli's portfolio? No. I think most of his portfolio is not only underrated, but largely unknown. How well do SPX straddles do compared to SPY? I mean, they obviously have much better performance because the like dollar moves are much larger. Lots of realized volatility, but very low IV. So straddles are cheap relatively, right? And they don't have like lopsided pricing. Um and you get a lot of price action because realized volatility is high. So you make a lot of money on them. Yep, I saw VIX did a thing. What level on ES before we finally get a bear song? I was thinking 4,400. Maybe that's too crazy, but holy volatility, Batman. Yes, that's correct, crypto. No bear song until 3,600. I mean, I'm up 100%, max profits, or I'm up 90%, max profits another 70 into expiration. I don't know. I have to think about it. I think maybe if we get a bounce here, I hmm. Maybe if we get a bounce back to like 420 on Nvidia, I close the short puts. What were those in the money sold puts from last week? Or did they expire? Oh, 44.25, 44.45. The lower ones, those should still be there. They were sold out for like 728. And those are at what was it, 4,400 and 43.80. For the one new viewer, when the bear song plays, it means it's time to close your puts and buy calls because we've hit peak bearishness. That's not true. There's been continuations after the bear song has played that one time. How are your SPX puts up if you've been a bear since SPX at 3,700 back in March? Well, I had 50 44.50 puts and 25 44.25 puts. Those are up. The puts you're referring to are dead or have been rolled. That's what you do with your position is you roll it and you manage it. You don't just let your puts die. You don't just buy like, 3,600 puts and then just sit on them until they're dead. You manage them. I know that's hard to imagine. But that's actually how it works. That way, when the market does drop, you start making money right away. They see me rolling, they hating. Exactly. Also, believe it or not, you can buy calls even if you own puts. So, like, do you lose less on at the money underwater puts than out of the money? Yes. They have, they have a slower rate of decay. The further out of the money they are, the faster they decay. But Gurk, I don't just sit on my puts. I also use a pillow. Fair. Is this a wide bottom V forming? You mean a U? I don't have a nasally voice, Spaceman Jones. When does the Somrule data you were looking for release? Tomorrow. A few hundred blocks of 4450p bought back? Maybe. Yeah, that would explain the spike in VIX. Oh, there are a lot of sold 4400Ps coming in. I don't think so. VIX isn't getting crushed very hard, so it's unlikely. You generally don't compound the situation if you find yourself in this kind of problematic scenario where the market has tanked overnight into your short puts. Um, Generally speaking, the solution to that is find money to deposit for margin as fast as you can and not I'm going to sell more short puts, right? Could the VIX spike just be from the bid ask getting blown out on one contract in the date window? Probably not one, not that big of a spike, but maybe several contracts within the auction window. Uh, a widening of spreads, which would generally indicate short short options being closed, right? Tesla testing 275. Ooh, exciting. Okay. Well, in that case. Do, 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 do. Mm. I don't want that one. Ooh. What the fuck? It's doing that bullshit again. Oh. Core 90 and TDX up 10%. Thanks, Bob. What effects do you anticipate from jolts? I mean, up is bearish. It increases the likelihood of a Fed rate increase. Down is probably more bullish. Like if it comes in under expectations. I don't really have any expectations from jolts because it's a meaningless data point. It's just like job listings for tax credits, and everyone's got 50 job listings posted for the same fucking job. Can you explain the optimal profit for the vertical you set up for Tesla? I was trying to sell bear spreads on it, but WeBull's not letting me for some reason. So I'm gonna have to contact them yet again. But I did open them 280, 290. I just got on. I want to say you're a stock god. My puts are printing. Thanks, Nicolare. 4,200, 4,250. A bid side coming in. Squeeze them more. I hope so. This is kind of exciting. Do I want to maybe buy some just some regular puts here? Will Webull let me do that? Fucking assholes. Nikkei down 200 BPS. HSI down 3. VIX rocketing. I just fucking buy puts on SPX. 1 second. I want to check something. There we go. Okay, yeah. 43.90. Put interest is picking up pretty heavily. 43.75, 70, a little bit also. Hmm. One second. Sorry. Goddamn piece of shit. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Dumb. Average down the 1200, 12,000 C. I fucking will not. I just got on and I wanted to say, oh, thanks, man. Hello from 4370. What's up, Corey? Upstart down squirt. Yeah. Well, high beta, right? So when it moves down hard. So you've enabled the extra difficulty setting on your WeBull. It says please contact customer service to check margin availability. Which is what I was saying yesterday, and then I got in touch with them and they fixed it, and now it's fucking doing it again. I converted the account to margin. WM. Did you sell your cat calls? They had stops. I don't know. No. No. Yeah, I still have them. They haven't gotten stopped out yet. Close. I didn't get in at open. I got in at like 9:40 something. Jolt's down. Bear fuel? That's arguably more bullish. ISM services business activity way up. It's good to know that fucking services PC is not going anywhere. Let's see, Jolt's 9.8 versus the estimated 9.9. ISM services employment up. Yeah, that was a big part of ADP employment change was services. Mostly seasonal though. Some business activities rocketed. Service prices down a little. That's kind of good. Service new orders up a little. Yeah. Services data is kind of bullish. I mean, not very important. Like PMI is, but the rest of it's really not. But PMI is up. Hmm. Bound to be profit taking soon? No. I don't know. It keeps dropping. The data wasn't good. Might just be more put buying. What's up, orange guy? How you doing, man? The plane noise is extremely distracting. I'm sorry. 99% of people still don't understand that fixing supply is the answer. Increasing rates to destroy employment isn't necessary, and it's the wrong move. More rate hikes. Are you sad? Bull economy bullshit. This is your captain speaking. I hope you have puts and are managing your spreads. Hike me harder. Agreed. Is Gherkin here? Does he have any juicy hopium? I don't know. Either that or he's whited himself to death. JPEG gonna hike me into retirement. Maybe. So much white. At this point, raising rates lowers supply, right? So inflation squirts, then big downs. Explosion only way out. Yeah, they fucked up. They should have just raised rates moderately right off the bat. If JPOW had done 4.25, like brought the federal funds rate to like 4.25 just right away, we would have probably had like a little crash, right? But we would have recovered, and now we'd be well on our way to recovery, and inflation would actually be being reduced. Maybe if he also had quantitatively tightened literally at any fucking point. Can Upstart finally die now? I guess so. How many GME shares do you have? What a rude question. On a scale of closed palm black cat to Hiroshima, how big an explosion are you thinking? I would like something in between those two, ideally. A good solid correction to, you know, the 3600 range would be fair. And in line with, you know, appropriate valuations given the amount of expected growth going forward. And still significantly above, you know, historic PE levels for the S&P. We're so off sides right now. I'd like to see 34. I'd like to see 28. But, you know, I'm willing to give a little. Are you surprised we didn't have more resistance at 4,400? I thought for sure we'd bounce there. Why? It's all sold puts. You don't bounce off those, you squeeze through them. Is it too late for August puts? The market's at 44 fucking hundred. We're not even below gamma neutral. I could argue that it's too early for August puts. Everyone's losing their fucking shit. We're only down $50. We got a long way to go. Yes, yes, I know the $50 happened overnight. If I assume that Upstart will go down, what is the downside of just selling close to the money CSPs until assigned, and then sell deep in the money long dated cover calls? What's the downside of that? It just keeps dropping while you attempt to utilize whatever strategy that you've made up there. And you get assigned on underwater shares that you then sell covered calls on, which could also end up underwater. So you're like lock. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're attempting to lock in a loss. We catching knives, apparently. What's Vix doing? Nice. This is very fun. Port 687%. What do? See if you can get your wife back. Just woke up. Did I miss the downs? Part of them, yeah. You know, it'd be cool if Vix just rammed 32 like a Trojan horse it was back in the GME saga. That'd be nice. Why is your entire port up 687%? Don't question it. Would it be better to sell spreads on the way down on Upstart? Yeah, you could do that. Where's Popcorn Trader? I don't know. Also making white. Are you still bullish on Cat? Is this a good time to finally buy in? I have some calls, but they're for like tomorrow. They're just weeklies. I'm not like super fucking bullish on it. There was a chance yesterday that it would bounce, and then it failed the bounce. There's a little chance today that it bounces again, but it's not looking good with Dow and SPX dropping. And once it loses like the 240 level, it's fucked. So probably not worth even being in. I'm probably gonna get stopped out of it here in a second. Suddenly people want to buy Upstart in its 30s. It was $12 not that long ago. It's because they know nothing about the company. They just want to buy something that runs. They want to feel alive, Harry Balls. It's called FOMO. She's been hanging around. She must have known it was coming too. Once again, I've sold as soon as I became profitable. Set stops too tight, I guess. If I'd held longer, I'd have made so much more. How do I learn to exit better? How the fuck did you get stopped out on anything today? Yeah, I would say you had your stop set way too tight. Um you've gotta loosen that up. I mean, you don't actually. You don't have to take additional risk, right? But you probably want to loosen that up, especially when the trend's so favorable, right? I typically buy puts after a sudden 1% down move, only to have it bounce. Is there any info through the end of this week that could cause ups or downs? Well, Jolts is out now, so that was important. Tomorrow's non-farm payrolls and unemployment. Like all the labor data tomorrow is could be impactful. Um, the next really important thing is going to be CPI, and that's next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, I think. Today's been a good day for my port, but I imagine a bad day for our challenge. Very bad day for our challenge, Popcorn Trader. Very bad. But it's okay. How much are you up, you goober? Well, I have a number of 4450 and 4425 puts that are up, and I have 4400 puts that are getting there. Below 4390 would be better for those. I've been carrying that bag for a few days. Shut the fuck up, Lawrence. Shirt off price 4300? No, not quite. Maybe 4250. God, I hate FOMO. I was able to break the habit a bit hanging out here. That's good to hear. Don't sell your entire position, ladder your stops. Yeah. Yeah, you could always leave a runner, but I mean sometimes the entire position is just one contract, which I've learned from interacting with you people. Um that makes it much more difficult to manage from a risk perspective than if you have like 10 contracts and you're like, oh, I'll sell two here at 120% and then see what happens to the other eight, right? I'm yeah, I did mean that, Baradactyl. The conditions for me taking my shirt off are very particular, Spy Hunter. It's not disdain, it's more surprise. See, I found that many people in this Discord will buy one like 5 DTE spy put or SPX put with 100% of their portfolio instead of buying like 5 14 DTE spy puts with like 50% of their portfolio. And this is odd. But the gains, yeah, I understand that. Someone did say something. Calm down, Grim, too. VIX back at levels not seen for 34 days. So we're very impactful 34 days. We want to get rich quick, Gherk, but that's not like the solution, right? It's much better to get rich slowly through consistent compounding gains. To be fair, for a while, when you switched to SPX, no one wanted to admit they traded SPY. So you're saying I should trade SPY? If I trade SPY, people will stop doing that? I don't think that's true. And then also gross. Dork, stop trying to get me to trade SPY. Dork just doesn't want me blowing up 0 DTs on SPX. But SPY's so fucking boring. I'm gonna sit there with my contract waiting for a 50-cent move. Trade XSP. Why? I would just sell spreads on it. I would never trade it. Hey, you should have good management and trade SPY pores. 2 seconds later, SPY, how gross. I don't like SPX. There's no VWAP. I mean, you can. Yes, there is. But I'm not going to get into it. I'm totally okay with getting rich slowly as long as the end result is there. I got time. Smart Gen. It's 50 Cent's birthday? Fuck. Do you SPY in addition to all your per level gaming? When it blows up, do you have to sell 400 covered calls on Upstart? Okay, that's fair. Although I don't have enough shares to sell 400 calls on Upstart. 130. Could sell 130 calls. Well, I've already sold those. I mean, you can use XSP and get cash settlement with the same pricing as SPY, right? Then you sell 130 calls and sell 270 puts. Get rich slowly it equals take profits here. I mean, no, not necessarily. Taking profits here is dependent on your theta. You know, is it going to bounce? Like, obviously the drop is slowing, but VIX is still rising. More put interest is continuing to pick up. And if I had like a 0 DTE or something, I probably wouldn't be carrying it past today. But I mean, this is just a small drop. We're not even at like gamma neutral or anything yet, right? SPX bad. VIX scam. Well, VIX is a scam. I have a whole another day of theta. Why would I take profits? I too would not carry a 0 DTE past today. Another gentleman of refinement, I see. What's going on with Oxy? What about it? Looks like it's dropping back for another Warren Buffett buy-in. Oil's a bit down today. Oh, fuck, dork. 30 years at 4%. Oh, you just said that. Okay. 30 years at 4%. 4% risk free or give some schmuck a mortgage. I wonder. What would I do? SPX finna get wrecked more. Well, the 10-year and 30-year inverted. That's not good. Yeah, the 2 years at 5. %, 30-year, and 30% mortgages to foreclose in 6 months. Yeah, but like the asset price is too high on the mortgage side, right? Like if housing prices were more stable or lower, sure, but uh, like you're buying a basically buying a depreciating asset at the top of the bubble. I just throw it all in the 30-year. Credit's going to get a lot tighter with the 30-year above 4%. No, it's okay. It's back under. Whew. Everything's fine now, guys. Problem averted. Odds of a gamma neutral bounce. I mean, that's what we've done for the last fucking 7 months. So maybe watch out for that. If you buy a 30-year at 4%, is your rate locked in? Yeah, that's how they work. It's not in Jersey, Bob. There's a $3.9 million home on a lake near me that my wife likes. I'm waiting to see if I can snag it for 1.5. Ooh, saucy. Don't they have a beach there somewhere? I suppose then you have to deal with hurricanes. SPX gamma neutral is like 43.50 or 43.60 today. Hold on. 43.55. Hmm. Long calls at 4,400. I don't know yet. Give me 1 second. I'll look. 43.90 puts or stacked. We've probably hit like this is probably going to be the peak of the downside here. We could bounce back to like 44.05, We'll see if more out of the money puts continue to accumulate. 44.50, 44.25, and 44.35 calls remain. Although I think the 44.25 are actually sold puts, not calls. Those are kind of buried right now. But yeah, the longer term call interest hasn't broken down yet. Greg, what yields changing mean for SPX? Act as if I invest knowing nothing. I mean, it's an effect of monetary policy tightening, but it also means that economic expectations are really weak and credit is going to tighten significantly, right? Usually banks borrow short, right? And lend long. So it squeezes their margins when long yields are high, right? And so that reduces like loan origination, and if businesses aren't getting loans, that reduces like potential growth. And then generally highly inverted yield curves are a big recession signal. Would you be willing to talk about how you would exit your SPX positions when we reach GN? I don't want to get bad touched by an overnight bounce. I mean, I'm going to take some profits over the course of the move. I'm gonna close some shit and take money off the table, and then leave runners if we break down through gamma neutral. I'm gonna set stops on those. But if we continue to break down through gamma neutral towards delta neutral, then I can add more as we get stronger confirmation, right? We haven't broken through delta neutral on SPX since the banks failed. And with the amount of Vana exposure to the downside on SPX, I think if we get down to delta neutral, that's a pretty good sign that we're going to keep going down. So wait for the confirmation levels. I mean, we're still very much in the mid range. Take profit by selling or rolling to August 425s for even money. I mean, you're not even in the money yet, are you? Generally, you don't want to scale up with your profits, because then you're essentially doubling down on the next strike on the chain, right? And you're doubling down out of the money, so you're increasing your risk. You can take some profits and move them forward to an out of the money strike, but I wouldn't do it with all of them. Like, I wouldn't roll the whole position down like that. How does positioning look? Pretty fucking bearish. I mean, I think if we get some capitulation here on the sideways trading, some of the in the money zero DTs might close and take some profits. That could bring us back up to about 44.05 maybe. But alternatively, if we get more puts coming in, we're looking at like 43.75. So we'll see what happens. I mean, we found some support here at 43.90. Super popular post on our chat GPT complaining about how over the past month, the bot's responses have gotten significantly dumber. That's from all the interaction with the public. GPT masturbating itself on its own responses, bullish. First time doubling my port off a play that was negative 90%, heading into expiry tomorrow. So this is how people make money. Man, they're sure gonna miss me at the Wendy's. Congratulations, Tarnished Dan. I'm glad you made it in time. So what you're saying is 43.60, start tightening up stops for 43.55 bouncing. Yeah. And then if it bounces off 43.55, you can see where it ends up. If it doesn't have like a very strong bounce, and we're not seeing a lot of positioning come in, then you can re-enter positions for another test of the downside. Um, yeah, I mean, obviously, like wait till we get there. But yeah, I mean, it's a significant resistance level, and it's failed to continue to break down beyond that point for a couple months now. So yeah, I think it would be wise to expect a bounce and be prepared for it. And then hopefully when that bounce occurs, the bullshit with the zero DTs is finally stopped. And, Ivy is high enough that they can't take on the margin risk. It's much harder to do that when VIX is super high. Mechanically speaking, inverted yield curve is not just a recession signal, but a recession catalyst. Well, yeah, it kind of went into the credit tightening. He said, pretend like I know nothing, and yet I still invest. I wasn't going to give him a full breakdown of all the dynamics. Maybe I should have spoken to him about the no. I'm not even going to bring that up. For everyone tracking the $3 chart at home, we're in the middle of the orange box, meaning not bullish, not bearish. More bearish because fast gamma moved up. So we do have one like bear confirmation signal, but just one. It looks more like they forced the support by buying with futures. No, I mean gamma 43.90 is stacked, so it acts as a resistance. So it's not just futures buying. Since we haven't gone below DN, does that mean the failed banks made these equity markets strong and resilient? There's a lot of, I mean, you can't say directly like this has been banks, but there's a lot of motive for them to do that. There's a lot of motive for them to pump equities far beyond, and they have the money to, right? So they have the means and the motive to pump equities far beyond any kind of fair or reasonable valuation. And since that benefits them, they're the most likely candidate. Also, COT would indicate that asset managers are significantly long, while leverage funds are significantly short, which also kind of infers the same thing. Made 22% on my overnight QQQ straddle, trying to be more consistent. Nice, man. Not just the general public, teen boys too. Who? Judge says Rivian must face lawsuit for defrauding investors. Nice. ChatGPT. Oh, that might hit Amazon. ChatGPT needs to know there are idiots out there holding underwater NVIDIA shorts, thinking cost to borrow is free. By the way, my average is 322 again. I'm just saying a lot of the investors believe the inverted yield curve is a signal. It's not a signal. It's an economic headwind. I get so fucking peeved when people say it's not important. It's super important. Should I talk about hedging bond portfolios with VIX convexity while we're at it? Because no one's gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about, but it does sound important. Yes. I won't. Girk, please stop. You can't just put stuff out there on the internet for free, Girk. How am I gonna make a living? Man, you're an asset manager. You've never hedged a portfolio with VIX convexity in your life. Don't bullshit me. If you have, it's been automated behind the scenes where you've never seen it done. I'm gonna put you out of a job. But there is a rather important relationship with VIX's yield curve and bond portfolios. I'd rather be called out of a job. There's too many fucking asset managers in here. This is half true. I've not done this with client money. So then you know that low volatility, but an inclined VIX curve and an inverted yield curve on treasuries. Two? I think there's five. Four maybe now? Four or five. Feels like they're about to pump. They might. If there's capitulation, they could. Tesla kind of just pulling back to resistance. Generally, bear flags aren't considered breaking out, but I do understand after all we've been through. Yeah, I think a bounce here on some capitulation isn't unreasonable. Small one. We'll see where it goes, but about due, very oversold. We just reversed, you know, 2 weeks of pump in one overnight session. I don't see how it's sustainable. It almost broke today. I think it's broken. VIX is loose. It's loose in the caboose. Whoever decides to sell obscene numbers of out of the money puts to buy zero DTE calls, it doesn't matter, right? I could just say the market or they. Both terms can be used. Short capitulation now, or bears gaining confidence? I feel like bears are feeling pretty good. Dixie's rising. Ooh, fucking yields are pumping super hard again. Morning, Gurk. I think I bought back my Fubo CCs too soon. Not a problem though, because if we go to 150 or sub, I'm gonna buy so many CSPs and synthetic longs. Nice. My caboose is real loose, if you know what I mean. I think I do, Venseg. Is this SLD? No. Maybe kind of like a forced SLD though. So here's a fun fact. The margin requirements on these zero DTE positionings aren't like primes aren't really set up to manage risk on these. So you can kind of like if any of you guys have portfolio margin, you can sell 10,000 of these contracts with like no additional margin requirement as long as the price doesn't move a lot, right? Um and so because of that, generally speaking, there's very little requirement that needs to be had for moving with these positions, right? These like big zero DTE sales and like the leverage gained through the short puts as the market rockets higher. Um, like all of this requires very little margin. But if implied volatility risk increases or there's a significant change in delta, that's going to create margin requirements in the position very, very quickly, right? And so, like, we've been saying that, like, the tails are getting really fat, and that's kind of the tail risk there, is that you have this really low margin requirement as long as the market keeps going up. But if the market pulls back, it gets kind of crazy, right? And I think one of the things we've seen over the last few months is we've seen SLD kind of dwindle down, right? And we're not really seeing any effect from SLD. And it doesn't seem like a lot of deposits are being made to maintain margin. But on a rapid drop like this, they may need to make those deposits, and they may need to make them very quickly. Is Dixie rising a euphemism for Bearwood? No, it's the dollar index going up. I'm up 300% on my spy put that expires tomorrow. When do I sell? I mean, whenever you want. This can bounce here, so it could also continue down. So maybe set a stop, and then if it continues down, you'll make more money. If it bounces, you'll get stopped out. Right? Closing on my new wildly overpriced house tomorrow. Congratulations for buying the top. I know you had to. Can they find money to make deposits in time though? I mean, if they've used this to de-risk and sell everything, what are they going to sell to meet the requirements? And then like big funds won't have a problem, right? They'll have the liquidity to manage the risk, but smaller funds that might be chasing this positioning, right, or copycatting, they could be in trouble, right? And that can cascade. What does consolidation under EMAs indicate usually? I mean, the expansion of the EMAs indicates continuation, provided they don't start to contract. But those EMAs are pretty fucking slow, so I would say not much yet. I think the fastest EMA I have there is like 30. Thought I was making a dumb joke, but it turned into a good explanation. Thanks. I wrote about it a couple weeks ago in Pickles Picks, but I don't know if anyone actually reads those. Well, not the writing part. Good call on D, Dad. I thought so. I sold a house on 1,000 square feet less for the same price I just bought for. Pretty good trade. Okay, that's not too bad. So at least you're not in a mortgage? Well, maybe not too much of one. That's the killer, is the fucking interest rate. The house prices would be a lot more manageable if okay. Yeah, then you're fine. But yeah, when your cost to borrow is doubling the price of your overpriced house, that's an issue. JFresh got a new profile picture in Discord and is now bullish on AI. What mean? I don't attempt to interpret the mind of a genius. Only boomers care about square footage. I care about square footage. Am I a boomer bear? I looked at a mortgage paying it off over 30 years. It would have cost 800K over the price of the house. Yeah. What's up, Rusty? How you doing? All cried out? Ready to feel pain again? Everyone cares about square footage. What kind of statement is that? He's annoying. Interest rate rule of thumb. For every 0.25 change in interest rate equals 10K greater or lower than in house price. They do that for cars too, I think. It's like, yeah, $25 per thousand finance, some bullshit like that. I think most people would care about square footage. Yeah, right? The having more space to live in. I'm looking into one of those new 90-year mortgages. Really? That's not a thing. You can afford 10K more if prices drop 0.25. I want prices to drop 50.00. More square footage is less efficient and illogical. Okay. You must, God, you must be so fun and bad. Don't worry, just get 10-year car loan and a 40-year mortgage. It's gotten bad, hasn't it? I finished Ted Lasso last night and had some good cries. So I'm good for a day or two. Thanks for asking. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you back, Rusty. It's a Canadian thing. Yeah, I know. England too, right? England just did like started doing like 50-year fucking mortgages on your 100-year land lease. If sold puts get squeezed out, could this cause a flash crash theoretically? I mean, yeah, theoretically it could. Well, a gamma squeeze, which could then turn into a flash crash if Vega risk got high enough. Vega risk is very high right now. I would imagine that a continued drop from here is very, very bad for anybody who's been selling puts the whole way up. A typical standing human only takes up 1 square feet. Okay, well, what if you want to have 1,000 people over? And you don't want them to suffocate? Well, London implements 2K a month in UBI. That's probably a good decision. Spending in the British government's far too like centralized. I don't think that's a bad idea for them. This thing about to drop to GN. It's possible, yeah. I think on the longer term time scales, our chance of dropping is very high. Uh, 43.75, 80 and 85 interest is picking up. 43.70 too. Volume across 80 to 70 is quite high and increasing at 65 and 60. There's a decent amount of call volume here at 43.90, 95 and 4,400. But I think we're seeing a lot of calls sold. Hmm. Big short puts, 43.65, 43.50, 4,300, and 42.50. Was buying another longer dated put chasing? No, not particularly. I mean, we still haven't even confirmed gamma neutral yet. I would probably wait for some kind of pullback before I did, but um, I wouldn't say it's chasing, given that we haven't really broken down into a level I would consider super bearish yet. It's a good start. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely something we want to see, but we also want to see a lot more of it. If you have 1,000 people over, you're definitely gonna find an upper decker the next day. Or you just lock the top of the toilets. What about short-term time scale? Back above 4,400 today. I mean, it doesn't look like we're seeing a lot of capitulation, and out of the money puts are being bought, so we could just get a continuation. VIX is continuing to move up, and people are very obviously moving into long-dated long puts. VIX is up 20% today, Squams. If you have 1,000 people over in a 1,000 square foot apartment, your floor will likely collapse. I don't know. This this building's built with steel, American steel, girders. It might, but maybe not. Beware the jet fuel. Can you can bear it if you wanna. You can leave your calls behind, because when the rug pulls while everyone pulls, well, there ain't no bags of mine. Beautiful calls on puts. I bought a GME 23p yesterday with extra at the end of the month. Should I hold it until it's deep in the money or cut and reposition? It's up to you. Think GME's gonna keep going down or not? I mean, you're like at the money. I miss Half Square. He was a depressing asshole. He's the only guy that really needed a win badly. But most of his losses were due to his own stubbornness. You know, there was like 8 months where he was just sitting on like 5,000 shares of GME, and he could have been selling CCs and making money that he just wasn't. He was just crying in the Discord all day and trauma dumping on people. I didn't like it. It was abusive. Yeah, Half Square actively resisted making money, and that's unacceptable. If he just had bad luck, sad case, sure. Great structural analysis, thanks. Why are they hurting my SRF shares? Why didn't you sell any when it went up 20%? Turd's still around. I think he got in trouble for gambling, but he's places. Half Square was the dreamer that we all were at 5 years old. Maybe. I think Half Square made most of it up anyway. That's possible. Turblera? No, not you, Brett. Not your alternate nickname. My time frame is longer than a 4-month hold. Okay. So then just buy when it's below NAV, right? Big SPX jump from 43.95 to 44.45 June 30th. Then big drop to the same level today. Was there no resistance between these levels? Puzzling why. There was, but the in the money calls have been selling off over the last few days. Right? Like what we were seeing across the top of our range there was a lot of distribution and a lot of closing of profitable in the money positions, while continuing to try to drive prices higher, which ultimately failed yesterday. And so when those failed, there was no more call positioning to the downside, but there was still a lot of short puts. So on the upside, we squeezed out the 4,400 short calls. On the downside, we're squeezing out some of like the 4,425 short puts. I don't think we've squeezed out the 4,400 short puts yet. Those are far more substantial. But if we continue to trade in this range or lower, they'll have to capitulate. If you had a normal J job and couldn't constantly manage positions, would you short Nvidia shares? No, probably not. Probably just buy like put leaps. I need VIX at 1735-ish to get out of these $17 VIX calls. Let's fucking go, Bears. Oh, Jesus. Why are people buying VIX calls when they're overpriced? The mother of all crashes may very well be upon us, and Dork is fighting for his life in a bathtub full of white. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Good morning, pals. What's up, Enting? Can you draw a squiggly line so we know where the SPX is gonna go next? Ooh, I'm not sure yet. 43.92 seems important. Staying below it, especially. I don't think we have a lot of volume right now. Momentum's kind of dwindling, but out of the money put positions increasing. If it continues to increase over the next hour or so, we may get some more, but I still think why not pull back to 4,000 first? If rates go up more, are we looking at Upstart back around $10? I mean, the bear case against Upstart persists if the Fed continues to keep the credit markets unstable, right? Upstart's in a much better place to manage that now than they were. I don't know if it'll go back to 10, but I could see it going back to like 20 or 15. I sold my VIX calls while they were overpriced, but kind of wishing I still had a couple. Fair. I bought VIX calls the other week and closed them out at a 15% loss yesterday. I have the best timing. I mean, exposure to volatility through like index options is far better than VIX calls and cheaper. Apparently, they haven't been refilling the SPR with oil down. Lowest level since 1983. Yeah, I saw that the other night, and they were supposed to be. They're supposed to be buying oil under 70 a barrel. but apparently they haven't been. Have you in the quants looked at modeling price movement using a stochastic process? Yes. That's not really very advanced. All right, 1 second. Zero DTE volume. Okay, so volume's just drying up everywhere right now. Longer term positioning. Give me a second. I want to see when these calls start to capitulate, because right now, calls at 4,500 really aren't moving. Neither are the ones. Well, actually, 4,500's reduced a bit. Okay. 44.75 and 44.50 are still pretty strong. They're not going anywhere. Net gamma change. Hmm. 43.55. It looks like they're closing short puts while we stagnate here, which would explain why VIX continues to rise, even though the market's not really dropping. So I think they're trying to shore up some of their downside risk. Okay. Maybe we do get a continuation. Might be a little bit later though. MacD. I think he's more referring to things like Garch and like levy process or like jump diffusion models. I made a Monte Carlo simulator one time. Yeah, I remember that. I'm thinking about Brownie in motion. What about it? The market makers publish their probability models every day. Why model it? This is true. The random walk model. So, what, like the assumption of returns of an equity following like normal distribution with factoring drift and vol over time. Like Brownian's like the basis for Black-Scholes Merton, right? I mean, it doesn't work to predict future action. It's more of a risk model, right? What could it do in the future, not what it will do in the future. Brownian is also my son after he has an accident in the pool. I love your disdain for financial mathematicians. JFresh is just jealous of our super awesome oscillators of Hedgy Doom. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing JFresh loves more than oscillators. My wife is the only oscillator I love. Fair enough. I can hear him sighing from here. Yeah. Have we considered inversing the recession? In what way? How would you facilitate that? I think everyone's been trying really hard already. Uh, de-engineer. Maybe look up like variance gamma process. That's kind of like Brownian motion with like with a gamma process for like jump diffusion. That might be fun. I would inverse the recession by trying to give people high interest loans. Wait, people are already doing that. So banks are already fucking people as quickly as they can. I was trying to explain to a friend that the market looks unhealthy and he is severely over leveraged in a margin account using M theory. Margin. I think he thinks the economy pulled itself up from its bootstraps. Amazing. When in the history of the economy has the economy ever pulled itself up from its bootstraps? Except after World War II. Why don't we model the stock market as a series of brains and strings using M theory in order to find the price of 5% out of the money 0DT SPX contracts? You know, you laugh, but you can use there are some you're gonna hate this, but there are some string theory models for the market. There's like network theory. Which is kind of like some of the stuff we're fucking with like matrices. They use like what's it called? ABMs, like yeah, agent-based models for like inter it draws from like interacting particles. I hate financial mathematicians so much. I know you do. Edward Witten created M theory in order to find mispriced SPX0 DTs. Yeah, probably, and then it didn't work, so he was like, I guess we'll just apply this to physics. There are also models where you pick the stock the cat takes a nap on. There are models for all levels. That's true. We should work on modeling the economy after a poorly constructed submarine controlled by a Logitech video game controller. If they're closing sold puts, it's likely we go down more here. Yeah. Yeah, that's how that works. It's like VIX increases. These bounces are getting weaker and weaker. That's because people keep buying puts on all of them. Do we want to use like phase transitions to model herd behavior in the market? Come on, you know you love that idea, Jay Fresh. And then you can take screenshots of it and post it on Twitter and be like, this is why Nvidia bulls are dumb. At what range can we see a gamma slide? Under DN? Man, if we hit DN and like if we hit DN, it's bad. It's gonna just keep going, I think. Sentiment indicator I think would be extremely valuable. We can talk about it. The the problem with them is they're very data intensive. And usually from like multiple sources, so I think it's really hard to build the back end. VIX 17, Black Swan event. Not yet. Perhaps if we modeled the options chain as an algebraic ring of stupidity. Perhaps. Hmm. No. So I think we got a little bit of a bounce here, right? Not a strong one, but a little one. Maybe not. DN is at like 290. We could train an AI to determine bear or bull. Various types of puts. You fucker. Have long calls capitulated? Not all, but some. Okay, there's a really high probability that we bounce here. So I'm going to close this. Boom. Nice. 104%. $4,400? I don't know if we have enough momentum for that. Maybe just like 43.95 or possibly just 43.90. It's hard to tell how far it will go. I took profits, rolled out of the money with more theta. I put $1,000 in my pocket this morning. Thanks to overnight straddles. Thanks to the education Gurk. Go Spy. Also, go Vix calls. Thank you so much, Overgris. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome, man. Sold out of the money CC. 5x those spy puts. I'm market maker. Congratulations. Well done, ice cream sandwich. Sounds like you're back in the game. What are you seeing that increases your confidence in a bounce? Some stuff. We probably still have like 5 more minutes, but it's kind of already starting, right? I feel like what was this at? 3290 something. Yeah, sure. How did you know? I mean, it only bounced $3 so far. I think it's gonna bounce more. How much did you make from overnight through now? My half chub is calling. I don't know what the average is on the Nvidia bear debits, but those are like. Hmm, I just closed the last one, and those are like between 90 and like 130%. Mm, probably all like the average is probably about 100% on those, and then um my dead straddle legs are all in the money now. They're 4400s, 4450s, and 4425s that are in the money from those. Those are like July 21s. Uh, SPY debit spreads are up a little bit because of the VIX. But we still need a little bit more of a drop for them to really start to come back to life. Oh, and my like 30 my September like Vegas shit that I bought when VIX was under 12 is up. If you were secretly a market maker, would you tell us? I mean, I sell calls a lot, but I wouldn't call myself a market maker. Gronk, they stopped me out for profits. I'm sorry, Popcorn Trader. How could they? Didn't they know what your goal was? Did you tell them when you applied for options trading that your goal was to lose money? The top 500 richest people in the world made an average of 14 million each a day for the first half of 2023. Must be nice. Is VIX at a level that is past the point of no return with short vol? Or are we about to see it get crushed back under 15? Sorry, I'm just got off shift and on the stream. We'll find out. I'm sure they'll try to crush it if they are able to pump. We're still above gamma neutral. We don't have like a bearish breakdown yet. I mean, this is the start of one, but it hasn't hit any like important confirmation levels. We passed fast gamma, but not gamma neutral or delta neutral. I don't think charm's gonna matter a lot tomorrow. Maybe a little. It kind of matters at the 4450 level. A lot of those expire tomorrow. But we're so far out of the money from those at this point that I don't think the market maker is carrying a very significant hedge on them. Can you talk about Zom? Seems like we're in a buy range. Yeah, I can. Give me a second. It's like 105. I mean, this is not my favorite price, but it's okay. I prefer getting closer to like 101 for my entries here. The last few times I've played calls on it, I've entered at 101. Yeah, so I would look to 101, or if it slips that, 100. Like confirm resistance at 102 or 101 before thinking about going long. I assume you're talking about options. So we're not seeing too much movement in terms of the 4,500 sold puts as of now. No, I don't think so. Not yet. Is this just a bounce, or will the melt up into end of day start here? Too early to tell. It's way too early to tell. I mean, currently there's no call positioning supporting a melt up, right? But we know that can change. Ooh, TLT doing dips. Hard dips. Interesting. Gotta roll that duration risk, right? Is there a reason not to buy puts on MULN? Um, does it have a strike below 20 cents? Like, what the... I guess you could sell spreads, but like, what the fuck? Would you buy TLT under 100? I'd probably go long on it. Not yet, but soon. I actually have some leaps, I think, at 101. I got stuffed out of all my non-Vega positions. Now what? Reassess? I've used like 500%. Yeah, it seems like a way better environment to sell options than to buy them, right? That person was too embarrassed to ask if this is a good time to buy MULN calls. It's just a fucking piece of shit penny stock. Who cares? It's fucking embarrassment that it even has an options chain. What data caused this change in sentiment? None. They simply failed to maintain the 4450 level. I made 75% on the NVIDIA bear put spread from yesterday. Nice, man. Mullen's been getting pumped for fucking 2 years. And so nothing but go down. And currently failing to maintain the 4400 level. Well, let's see how high this bounce takes us. So far, $7. Any resources that could help with risk management? Specifically regarding, I mean, options is a strategic investment. It's pretty helpful. Stops are good. But if you want to DM me, I mean, I can try to help. Most literature on risk management is from an institutional standpoint, so it's not really going to cover like an individual besides like diversify and buy ETFs. I assume that you're talking about risk management on, you know, options positions, right? One fish, two fish is good also. Yeah, true. What would you look for as signs that overnight straddle may start to become more risky and less profitable? VIX up. VIX up here is kind of shitty. Lower interest on the options chain. Like if VIX gets high enough, it starts to kill off options interest. And that makes straddles kind of undesirable because you have to carry them for longer periods of time. Is Gaff still around? I haven't heard anyone recommend Against the Gods in a while. Yeah, Against the Gods is a good book. You get a mulligan in golf as a free pass, so we should give that dude a MULN GAN for just this once. And can I have a Mullah Matt? Matt, thanks. Play through. Uh, Subway Cup, why are you always involved in the most degenerative plays? You gotta stay off our short squeeze, man. I don't think it's made you money over time. About what, Joe? I mean, if you guys have a question and you don't want to ask in public, you can ask me. I'll probably get around to it, even if you're not a member. I mean, I don't keep a lot behind the paywall, but like, if it's just stupid shit, then I don't care. Haven't you been straddling every night, even when VIX was in the high 20s? VIX was in the high 20s, but we were also below gamma neutral at the time. Which means that you get and generally I start to move into straddling, and I'm scaling one side of my position at that point. So it starts to not become, it becomes more of like a calendar straddle, right, than it does like an actual straddle. And also, you know, sometimes I'm even strangling because the move, like the size of the moves when you're below gamma neutral are much bigger. So I mean, there's changes in the positioning, but yeah, I mean, I've been doing it since like October, and really heavily since December. I don't know if you know this, but stops are amazing. Yes, they are. Just a quick clarification. Against the Gods, the risk management book isn't the same as Against the Gods, the web novel. Please use Western sources if you search. Thank you, Cornub. Made 25% today. Could have been more, but was hoping the bounce wouldn't be enough to set my stop off. Switch to a cash account because over trading is a huge problem of mine. Okay, good. Now take your time and consider your repositioning, right? No stress. That's an ideal position to operate from. Now that I sold 4380, 4400, 4420 butterflies for the 11th, was that big dumb? So you needed to close below between 4380 and 4420, but ideally nearer at 4400. I don't know which kind of butterfly you opened, but are you inverse? Questions like when are you gonna take your shirt off? Yeah, like those. I'm not in Mullen. Oh, thank God. I just know about it and have told my defense buddies not to buy it, but my MMAT chest and thigh tattoos mean I have to own it for life. Jesus Christ. I think I'm learning, Pickle Dude. I decided to break even instead of hoping for the best on a position because logic. Thanks for all you do. Nice spot, Wiki. Is there significant call buying going on right now? No, not really. More just a little bit of put capitulation. I don't think we're getting a lot of like upside momentum here. In fact, I think the bounce may be starting to top out a bit. It could still have a little higher to go. Like one more cycle up. Maybe touch like 43.96. But as long as that doesn't like break out or anything, then I think we'll start to fail from there. 43.86, 43.14, 44.14. Outside of those ranges. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem so bad. I mean, I think the market very much wants to be at gamma neutral or back up where the calls are in the air up there. I keep getting free ride warnings when buying and selling options the same day. Is there a way to avoid that? I don't know why you're getting that. You shouldn't be. Call your broker? Maybe that's very odd. You shouldn't. I mean, unless your previous or prior positions haven't settled. Are you not like waiting for your cash to settle? So you're getting like GFVs? I have nothing to say other than that you're a beautiful man and that I'm proud to call my dad. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it, man. Positioning changing? No, I don't think so. Just a little bounce. If it picks up momentum, that could be important, but right now it doesn't look like it's getting much, which is bearish. Like that kind of continues to be bearish. Do you average up on PBR now? But no, because I kind of bought all of it that I wanted to own. And I don't want to own, like, I don't want to have too much of it. I mean, it still does carry a lot of risk. What has Ivy at 500%? Mullen? I'm just gonna call it Mulan. Yeah. There we go. 43.96. It's trying. How ridiculous is it that we're also pumped for what? 4,400? I don't think it's. I mean, for me, I'm not pumped that we're at 4,400. Like, I'd much rather see us, like, with confirmed downside below 290, right? But I think it's very important what this means for positioning. So it's a significant step in the direction that I think a lot of people would like the market to move. So, if this continues to fail and they're unable to regain their upside momentum, it's very bad, right? The chain is stacked to the tits with short puts, right? And those conditions are ripe for a gamma squeeze to the downside, provided that like the bearish momentum continues. So I think it's more excitement for what could happen than it is being excited that we're back at the level we were 2 weeks ago. And if you repositioned and rolled and like kept your positioning tight and close to the money, you probably made a lot of money today. So there's probably a little bit of exuberance mixed in there as well. Is Subway Cup Houston Wade? No. No. I just meant at current VIX, they might be able to short put down to VIX 12 again to extend the pump. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's reasonable that they try. My dude, holy moly, stops so cool. Man, I've been telling you this for 2 years. And the last time I told you this, you said stops were for bitches. You diamond hand your options to expiry. And imagine maxing out your 401k contribution with SPX at PEs of like 25. Is it time to short Pulte? PHM had a break to the downside. Ooh. I mean, I would on principle. That's more than a break. But it looks, yeah, it looks pretty bearish. Be a lot more bearish if it falls through like 72, 73 over the next few days. Not a lot of range here to resistance, but if it breaks resistance, then it's got quite a lot of range. So maybe tentatively, like scale and then set stops at resistance. If it fails resistance, add, right? That's what I don't know. That's what I would do. Hmm. Can't say I've ever heard you mention stops before. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gork made good money on zero DTE calls 2 days in a row because of you. Thank you. I love you. Congrats, man. Well done. Tell Ice Cream Dan that I've never been so insulted by being called that loser Houston Wade. I need an emotional support animal now. Fuck my life. I can't help you. How do you determine how long? I mean, yeah. How do you determine how long to keep a loser before cutting it? I guess it depends on the rest of my positioning. I mean, most of these questions are kind of relative to your specific situation. I had theta to September on some puts, but they were down a bunch, so I cut them yesterday. Big sad today that I did it. Well, that can happen. Cutting a loser is never bad, even if you might regret it in the future. There was no way to know what that future was going to be. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too pissed with yourself. It just happens. Get over it. Look for your next position and the next opportunity. Don't fucking dwell on it. There's no point. Rad84, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate it, dude. Imagine having a 401k in the first place. Lame. Gherk, just an idea, but today is a great day for people with 401ks and limited investment options to get into some longer duration bond type funds. Total bond funds may be the best choice. Yeah, our yields are way up, so it seems advantageous. If you had 27,465 in liquidity, what would you buy and win? You know you're not going to get an answer to that. You should have sold 401k or SEP IRA because taxes, you goof. Ah, whatever. Tax benefits. Just make enough money to pay your taxes. Kirk, just an idea, but given the generational dip today, is a great day for people with 401ks and limited investment options to get into some undervalued stocks like Nvidia. Jesus Christ. What if you had 2473 in liquidity? Lunch? The name of the game is income reduction. I had a friend buy part of a cow to reduce his income tax. Ridiculous. I reduced my taxes with capital losses. Nice. The key is having 2 decades worth of carry forward losses from Freg's day plus after. You just need some capital gains, popcorn trader, and then you can reduce the duration of those carry forward losses. Chance of a break above 43.96 versus continued breakdown. Um, I mean, we tested, yeah, we tested 43.96, which is where I said we were going. Um, Starting to look weaker, but definitely not breaking down yet. So stagnant here for a little while. I'll let you know if it starts to turn. Look at that. I should have bought calls on that. When playing vertical spreads, how do you decide whether to get into credit or debit spreads? It depends what I want exposure to. Like if I want exposure to theta and reduced volatility, I'd go with a credit spread. If I want exposure to, price movement and increased volatility, I'd want a debit spread. Just for my wife, I've been using my 401k as a paper trading account. It's not working as well as I thought it would. Oh boy. Yeah, don't risk your fucking retirement. I'm playing vertical spreads. How do you decide whether to get into credit? I have so many carryover losses. I will never have to pay taxes on cap gains in my life again. Feels good, man. Well, that's just relative to the amount of capital gains you have over the. I mean, I guess if you've decided you're not going to have any capital gains forever, then sure. My retirement is trading. It's too bad I'm terrible at it. I don't know. You made money today, right? Baby steps. At the current rate, in about 6 years, you should be mildly competent, and then we can have a party. I don't listen to any emo bands. Whatever kind of party you want, popcorn trader. A pants party? Okay. Hmm. That's interesting. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to fix this. Things getting more bullish? No, not particularly. This is pretty low volume. Still kind of the same amount of bullishness. I'm not asleep. I'm just trying to manage something real quick. Hmm. Okay. Sorry about that. Gork, Lulu looks like it's ready to fill a big gap. Is it weird all their customers probably have big gaps as well? Sexist. Let me take a look at it. Ooh. That looks kind of gross. There is a big gap there. That's on BTC. I think I now might finally have be a good entry for MSTR and Coinbase puts. Oh, I don't. I'm not watching BTC. It's really volatile right now, and I have no desire to play it. If you think it's a good entry, then maybe it is. I don't want to touch it. No, I had some positions that I wanted to manage and couple new entries. I think it was a thigh gap joke. Can you explain how Ivy into the PA going on this AM? Spike IV less calls bought. Now bring it back down to raise the price. What? How Ivy played into the price action this morning? I mean, I think Ivy was a product of the price action this morning more than it played into it. It gives an opportunity to sell puts, which I think we're seeing a bit of right now. That's what can give like momentum to this bounce. Nice breakout and win. You always pick these like obscure companies that I never look at. Ooh. That's it, Gurk. This is the start of the grind back up. Well, they're not buying a lot of calls yet, but yeah, it could be. 97.33. Huh. Let's hope. I'd be very happy if this bounce lost momentum. It could. Soon. Then we'll see how much momentum it loses. Not just yet, though. Still a little bit longer. About some Lulu clothes. Honestly, super comfy. Won't confirm or deny the gap, though. Okay. Hey, Girk, could you give me your general opinion on FSS? Why is the options chain a ghost town? I don't know. Maybe it's just illiquid and there's no interest? Any update to the cat pickles picks? No? It got stopped yesterday at risk. And then I tried to enter again this morning when it like right before it tapped 240, and then I got stopped out of that also. So I would say that the momentum is picked up to the downside on it. Like I think I noted in Pickles Picks that it could kind of break either way. Well, it's broken down, and that's pretty bearish, especially if it continues to break down through 240. You could short it, but I hate shorting Caterpillar. Would you stop out of Tesla if it rebroke 276.80? No. I don't think I'd get out of it at 276.80. Uh although all I entered were bear spreads on it today. Maybe a break above like today's high. Like if it retests 280, I would close my bear spreads. But they're pretty far out of the money. They're like 280, 280, 285. So I'm not particularly worried about them. Thoughts on GDRX as a long-term recovery play? Ew. Recovery to what? You think it'll ever sustain those valuations again? It's basically done nothing but drop since its IPO. They make a moderate amount of money, and their profit margins are pretty stagnant. Cash flows are unimpressive. I'm not sure they're worth I'm not sure they're worth a lot more. And they're already trading at like 2x book. Like what's the value there? Just a feeling? I mean maybe, but I guess it's good that they've been able to maintain fairly consistent earnings. Okay. So little divergence here. Not too bad. We did test 4400. But a rejection on 4400's fine. I wonder if put interest is accumulating more. Give me a second. Oh yeah. Yeah, still a lot of put volume here. Yeah, I think a rejection could pick up some steam. What you got, Turd? Yeah, it makes sense. It's really problematic for NVIDIA. I don't know. For win, I would probably see like if it bounces more. Because it just hit resistance, right, and started to bounce. So see if it bounces and you get another entry, but like that's gonna take probably a decent amount of time to play out, right? Our transmission just blew, but it's under warranty, so I'm kind of winning. Well, yeah, I suppose. SPX to 48.85. Let's go. Eh, good luck, buddy. Thinking long-term buy and holds. What's your favorite company now that will be dominating 20 years from now? Millennials are having kids, and next-gen workforce will be ready in 2045. Yeah, I don't buy shit for 20-year holds. You're talking to the wrong guy. 5 at most. August 105 contracts price dropped off. I'm gonna pick up some after the bounces. Okay. Is August gonna be enough time for like a big like revenue realization though? I feel like that's something you want like leaps for. Boo, I'm trying to set up college funds for my sons. Have you looked at the 10-year or the 5-year notes? 4.4% is a lot of fucking growth. Like we just had a massive market pump. I don't think this is the time for like deep value investments. Not that there aren't some, but they're gonna carry a lot of risk. If they didn't move up on this pump, are they really gonna be worth it? That's a funny way to say Fubo. Earnings are August 4th. I'm gonna grab the August 18s. Oh boy. Nothing like grabbing a directional contract on a binary event. Here's the problem I have with that is that the people the people from China spending large amounts of money at Wynn casinos, of which there are many, aren't really hurt by the current economic conditions, right? So their spending may not go down as much as analysts predict. Not right away. It takes a long time for the wealthy to feel the pain of recession, right? You need like a very drawn out recession. Can you play CBOE event contracts yet? No, because I don't care about them. I mean, I probably could. I'm pretty sure I can add them to IBKR, but I'm gonna hold my VIX calls like a chungus. Really? Okay. So a little more divergence here on the second test. I think we can start to see a little bit of downside. It may take a while though. This is there's a really low volume, and they're selling a lot of puts. This is probably a good place for like a straddle, maybe even a strangle. Maybe not. Tough choice. Fine, I guess I'll YOLO their accounts into responsible 5DT SPX out of the money plays. Nice. I'm getting calls. I think the article's bullshit. Wind's fine, especially going into summer vacation season. Oh, okay. Taking the contrarian trade. Probably better. Did you just say they're selling puts, but we're likely to go down? Yeah. They're selling a lot of puts, but they're not really gaining a lot of traction, right? NVIDIA 1 DTE call, bear call spread, 430, 435 is paying out 7% for 1 day. Nice. Hmm. Shit. Hmm. Okay. That's fine. Did none of you Pebble Brains set stops? I think a bunch of people said they were setting stops and taking profits and shit. So I think at least a few people did. I mean, I did say it was gonna bounce. Still looks flat here. Selling puts and not gaining traction, same like accelerating the downside even further. I mean, a lot of what they've done over the last week or so has been pretty desperate. Did you maybe answer my prior chat? Was it about BTC? In which case, I told you do whatever you want with it. I'm not touching it. Have you considered a line of stock trading related fragrances? I suggest calling them Pickle Perfect Parfum. Oh. I had 14 GTE 4445C yesterday at close, and I had to cut in at a loss this morning for negative 35%. What do? But, I mean, it kind of sounds like you already did the thing. Oh, up 20% in 2 weeks. Thanks to the insight. Turns out risk management and hedges really work. Nice, man. I picked up 10 spy call for August 438. Okay. Has anyone been having trouble getting fills on WeBull since they switched to the new clearinghouse? No, I haven't. They didn't switch to a new clearinghouse. They just switched to omnibus clearing. But I haven't had any issues yet. I asked what strikes with the biggest sold put positions were. 4,400 and 4,425. Close to us. 4,375 and 50 to the downside, but we're not there yet. How about some eau de bidet rather than eau de toilette? Spot BTC ETF approved, rejected. I mean, the initial ones already got rejected. They have to refile. Was it the right call to cut it at a 35% loss or hold them for more bounce? I mean, it was a panic. It was like obviously a panic decision, but why didn't you just well, I have questions about like why you carried them overnight and stuff, but I'll leave that alone. You can always buy them back if you think it's going to move back up to 44, 45. Although that level we kind of lost. I agree there's still a lot of incentive for them to get the price back there, but that doesn't mean that they'll be successful at it. I had a 4400 expiring tomorrow. I took 100% profit, rolled to a 3800p. Roll, people, roll, take profit, maintain exposure. Like a far dated 3800p, because Jesus fucking Christ, that's far out of the money. I'm looking to make 1,000% profit on a guaranteed play. If you would please provide a stock, date, and strike. Like a weekly 380p, 3800p, right? To be safe. I mean, I assume he rolled out 4380 for tomorrow. Oh, Jesus. That's that's very bearish. Tomorrow's Friday, you know. Do you see them trying for one more pump to get the 4450 calls rescued? I mean, we're trading at 4403 right now. It's not like we've rocketed back to 44.25 or something. Yeah, they want to rescue their calls. I'm sure the 4500s, but that doesn't mean they can. They couldn't even fucking keep it above 44.50 yesterday. And those positions are fucked right now. Even if they get them in the money, they're still losers. It's reasonable to assume they're going to do the best to make sure that sold puts at 44.50. There's not a lot at 44.50. 44.25 and 4400 expire out of the money. I mean, that would be the ideal scenario for them. But they're not the only participants in the market. Other people are buying puts. The 44.50s expire tomorrow. Way less at 44.50 than there were yesterday. I mean, they need more leverage to get it back up there, so. I'm still buying puts, but now I don't know that I should. Okay. I certainly think they're the only participants, and I think their winning streak has given them false confidence. I don't know if it's so much false confidence as it is it has to be done. There's no other option at this point. They can't just let the market rug. They'll blow up. They've sold an obscene amount of Vega risk. Their tails are super fat. If they let their tails go, they're fucked. I don't care who they are. They're fucked. It's an unbelievable amount of money. They've really put themselves in a position where their only option is up. And we're not even under gamma neutral yet. So we got a nice overnight drop. Cool. But we're still not under gamma neutral. We're nowhere near delta neutral. There's a lot of confirmation still for downside. 4400's a nice psychological level, but that's really it. Underwater rescue loop. I mean, that's kind of what it's been the entire time. Except this time we're not below gamma neutral, right? So they don't really get an edge from the market maker on the pump, which makes the pump more expensive. How bearish is Tesla looking right now? I mean, it broke back down below 275, found a little bit of support. It's bouncing, but consolidating. Kind of a bear flag. And we'll see. I'm not really crazy about Tesla in this channel anyway. Not until it confirms a move to one side or the other. Can we see the box of destiny? Sure. Also, we now have a big fat double gap here. One would argue that this is extremely bearish, but not so much if it fills. What the fuck is a double gap? Well, the gap here extends through here. So we have this gap. And this one. It's more than one gap. I mean, the range we're in is kind of neutral. SPX bounced off of like that standard deviation here, and you know also support at 438, 4386. So you know, a little bounce, right? Is perfectly acceptable, and then you know we'll see if it fails, right? And then you know if it fails, it can retest. If it doesn't, you know, target and move up. Isn't that an island or whatever Graham calls it? Yeah, it's like price action away from the that exists out. It's like a period of over exuberance that the market corrects out of because only a small number of participants are in agreement, right? Dirty little toe beans, long time pour here. Thank you so much, man. I was surprised that they began to double down at 4,500 after getting lucky to regain their 4,450s. Why so much hubris? I mean, the same thing holds true for them that's held true the entire time. If support doesn't come in, right? And that's kind of like what he was talking about, and that's what this indicates, right? Is that, you know, there was an extreme move to the upside and no buyers were found. So buyers existed here, right? And they existed into the move up, but no one wanted to buy higher than this. Right? And without any buyers, you know, the level will be lost, which it ultimately was, right? So, you know, this shows a divergence in sentiment, right? The majority of participants are here, not here. And so, you know, they need participants up here to carry their positions higher because if the market fails, it starts to blow up their puts. So you pump and you pump and you pump and you hope buyers come in, right? Buyers come in and they sustain the level, then you can close out your puts, right? But if they don't come in, if no one shows up to the party that you started, then you dump, right? Congratulations, Glowstick. That's awesome, man. Thanks, Bob. So I mean, Yeah, it's a representation of kind of what we've been talking about for some time now. How deep are these entities in their positions? They've made a full port gamble that seems absolutely. I don't actually think the margin requirements are very high for them to do this. I think the only real margin risk comes if prices fall, which they did today. And then you start to get like, but if they can short it back down and avoid margin calls, right? Then they can keep doing it. If no one shows up to the party you started, you still have to pay the bill for all the food you bought, even if it's more than you can eat. Yeah. Maybe if they weren't such assholes to everyone, maybe. Have you looked at the put index? Yeah, I look at it once in a while. The performance since October turnaround has been ridiculous. Yep. Do we have any? That's also when they started zero DTEs. Do we have any significant call support between 4,400 and 4,290? No. Why would we? I mean, why would we have a lot of call support in that range? The entire morning price movement was a desperation move to not let the price slip further. Yeah, it gets very dangerous the more it moves down. Any more data tomorrow? Yeah, we have non-farm payrolls and unemployment, a bunch of other labor data. 4290 is where my calls are. Well, this is looking more and more unsuccessful by the minute. Who's buying in the green box anyway? 401ks? I mean, there's systematic funds that are just gonna buy because performance up, right? So buy it. Um, there's a large number of participants that are just will just buy things because they're up, right? And so if you can get them to start buying, that helps a lot. Retail, I mean, even in here, like which is basically become like a bear den. You have people that are bag holding dead calls from yesterday. I still have calls at 4450. I mean, they were part of a straddle, but what am I gonna do with them? Thoughts on strangling CPI print next week with longer dated put, 3 DTE call 2-to-1 ratio, 2-to-1 put to call. I guess you could if you want to. I don't know how impactful CPI is going to be. It's probably going to be mostly within expectations. Maybe bullish if core is down. I mean, energy prices didn't really come up this month, so it's not like headlines going to move anywhere. This bounce here all in the back of more sold puts. I'm not seeing a ton of calls on the chain. Sold puts and also some capitulation on 0 DTE puts. Two puts, a one call. Okay. I mean, I really don't see CPI as being super bearish, but maybe if it surprises. Would you say Kramer has a show to generate ratings for NBC or more to generate liquidity for his buddies? Why not both? Should give them a little smooch and tuck them in for their eternal slumber in the obligations warehouse. I mean, I don't care about them, right? I mean, the other side of the straddle is up more than enough to cover the cost. It'd be cool if you could lend and borrow options like stock. That'd be that'd be weird. What purpose would that serve? I mean, you kind of do anyway, but what tickers should load up to watch general oil prices, like WTI or like the CL contract, CL1. If you're on, are you on TradingView? My steel suppliers, although they've been wrong before, expect pricing to plummet into the fall. I could see that. That really just depends on how much QE China's willing to do, though, right? If China moves forward, like if they sell U.S. Treasuries and move forward with quantitative easing, um, that's gonna spike the price of steel. VIX just drilling down. Yeah, I mean, it's usually what VIX does intraday anyway. Ocean Gate, the company behind the submarine to see the Titanic, has suspended all operations, obviously. Thoughts on GameStop transforming into a superhero to beat up the recession and transforming back into a retailer after it's defeated? Pretty slim. Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's a lot of. I'm surprised suppliers are being so forward with their expectations. If I was a steel supplier, I'd be like, I don't fucking know, dude. Should buy it now. Because who knows what can happen in the future. You gotta go for that fear sale. Maybe they're just trying to hold on to their cheap inventory until prices spike. And then they'll be like, ah, man, we never saw this coming. So we've had to raise prices. How shady is your steel supplier? Buddy that I get dinner with once a month. All right. So not shady. Isn't every steel supplier shady? I don't really know any steel suppliers. All right. Listen to Discord. Watch it on YouTube. Gives dubbed kung fu vibes. You want to fight? Fight me? Uh, with a real steel shady, please stand up. Girk supplies steel to the ladies of New York. Today is Microsoft's turn to carry the market. Oh, yeah? Oh, nice. This recovery is dog shit. Where are the zero DTE calls? It's almost 1 o'clock. Microsoft got upgraded $100. Because why not? Yeah, exactly. Why not? Threads handle? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Am I right to assume you can't get PDT violations with a cash account? Yep, that's 100% correct. Only on margin. Can someone upgrade me $100? Are bulls still piling into calls above 4,400 for tomorrow? There's some call interest for tomorrow. Not a ton of it yet, but a little bit. I mean, there's still call interest on further dates at like 44.25, 44.35. The fact that they haven't capitulated at this point, it makes it seem like they're going to fight, right? But tomorrow doesn't look great for them. At least not yet. Right now, Gamma's pretty flat, and then negative at 44.20 and 44.30, with the only significant interest being the 44.50 calls that got fucked yesterday. What if they can't capitulate? It's possible. Your margin requirements go way up if you close the long side of your synthetic long. You swore to never close positions on WeBull. Oh, I forgot. I'll stick it to the man tomorrow. It was up 100%, and I timed the bottom perfectly. It's a knee-jerk reaction. I can't help it. Gork, I have a super smart conspiracy theory on the market. Gun it. Let me hear it. Seven out of 10 men can't capitulate. Ask your doctor about straddling. The only consolation that I have is that my 44.50 straddle calls that are now dead are better than the ones that they own because they're for 7.14. The order book can tell you which way the stock price is going to move at least 2 out of 100 times. It can tell you 100 out of 100 times, Popcorn Trader. I know they don't want you to know. But the Sling Blade guy deciphered this a year ago. You can see the algo in the books telling you where the price will go. It's almost like it jumps from one bid to the next. Fucking crazy shit, man. Oh no, I'm late. Back to 4chan. So the narrative a while ago is that the market is being pumped to offload bags. Now where participants need to hold at X level. So this means they still got a lot of bags? No, they got a lot of fucking risk. I don't think they really have that many bags left. We've started to see like some contraction in equity outflows. So they're not, the equity outflows aren't as strong as they were before. So it either means that some participants still need it to stay higher because they haven't dumped their bags yet, or they've dumped their bags, but now they need to prop this shit up so they don't blow up their puts until their puts start to expire, right? But they've been selling puts out in fucking August now, so it's like, can they really, or do they just need to close and take the loss? I don't think so, C-Mill. They sold infinite risk premium in order to dump their bags, which doesn't seem like it worked out too well. Got greedy. Well, it works out great for the guys who get out first. Not so great for the ones that are left behind. Yeah, so a lot of this is still being driven by like in the money profit taking on puts. So like 4,400 puts have taken like zero DTs have taken a bunch of profits. 4390s, 95s have trimmed down a little bit. There's still a lot of put interest, like 4405, 4410, 4415. So there's quite a lot of resistance to the upside still, but call volume is up between 4400 and 4410. Then it kind of trickles off. I don't see a lot of in the money put buying. There's some, like they're not capitulating, but I don't see a lot of buying. Volume's fairly low on 4405 and 4410 right now. Also, it kind of looks like they're dumping bonds again. Yeah, watch out. And the volume's so low that like it's not getting bearish quickly enough. So it could still be a while before we get a turnaround. This largely should have, I mean, it still kind of is chop, but it's just upwards. Are you gonna grind up into the end of the day? I think it can fail maybe like in an hour or so. But there's like no volume. There's no volume and puts like zero DT puts are taking profit, right? So unless that trend changes, then this is what we got for the next at least a little while. Might like fall back down to like 4,400, bounce off that, kind of find the same level again. I mean, yeah, there's no volume, so it doesn't look like anything big is gonna happen for a little bit. VIX walk down looks really controlled. It is. Bull's waiting for VIX to grind down to end of day tomorrow to pump again. How much do you tip full service movers during doing the grunt work for 3 days of pack and load? I don't know. Like $100 or something. Depends on how many of them there are. I had a nice 100% return on my VIX calls this morning. I closed out at 17. It's too bad I can't play the bear side of SPX. Are you restricted on that? Really? What's your expectation for tomorrow on SPX pump as much as possible? Or bears come in hot to push down towards GN? We'll see what calls get in the money today, but the 4450s that expire tomorrow are still very underwater. And that's still the majority of call positioning. Like 100, 200 each. Yeah, that seems like reasonable. Yeah, 100 a day each. Something like that. That's a lot of fucking work. I mean, I guess it's relative to like how much shit you're moving, but 3 days of pack and load that's a bitch. I was thinking I would buy them each $100 out of the money put on day one, and their tip is whatever it's worth when they're done. Fucking market crashes. That'd be funny. Taking the opposite side of clients' positions is seen as a big no-no. Yeah. But I thought you were more on like the fixed income side of things. Don't forget about your taxes. It'll cost you a lot if it crashes. Yeah, that's true. What's wrong with people that announce to their coworkers that their birthday is coming up? I don't know. Maybe they just want friends. How are clients going to hold your bags if you don't position opposite them? 1 second. I'll be right back. Thanks, Gordon. When rejection, I don't know, maybe like an hour, maybe longer. When there's when volume. I told you when it was gonna bounce, not when it was gonna get rejected. Thanks, Pigeon Teeth. I mean, you could say that the 2 years kind of pricing in the effective federal funds rate, but not quite. But not pricing in any forward rate increases. Was the VIX spike what they needed to full port sold puts? Yeah, it helps. Makes them worth a lot more. Would you cut one DTE 395s? Did you just buy them? I bought them 45 minutes ago. It's like here. Probably. Yeah, I probably wouldn't hold those. Because if we fail here, like it's more likely to test 4,400. And if puts continue to take profit, we're gonna continue to grind up. What I feel like drops have only been happening after market hours, and things just drift up during market hours. That's usually how that works. Do you think we fail here? Not yet. It's getting like a little more bearish as we approach like 4410, but not enough yet. Like there's I don't think it's gonna fail just yet. I think more time. Volume's still insanely low. ES is kind of testing. It's like standard deviation band here. It's probably gonna break up before it gets rejected. which puts us about $3 higher, $2.50 higher. Or SPX at like 44.10, maybe just above. That's an unbelievably huge gap for the upside. What will it take to get bears to stop taking profit too early on puts? We're going back to 44.20, aren't we, Girk? We could. I didn't say we wouldn't. If that gap fills completely, I'll have turned $10 into $1,000. Nice. Will you then have a little bit of play money so we can do degenerate things together? For about 30 minutes? Nice. You don't need money to do degenerate things together. That's true. Are we cleared to crash now? We're still very, very, very far from like confirmation of bearish momentum. I don't know how many times I need to say it. Delta neutral as a 296. We're trading at 4,400. I know, Veronica. Thanks. What about Baradactylish confirmation? Have you cleared your runway? Girk, we have a red day. Is this the time to get a house with a 7.1% mortgage? Oh, Jesus Christ. They're building a little 4405, 4410 call ramp and a little at 4415. It seems above 4,400 is their target for today. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think they'll try to hold above the. I mean, they have a lot of sold puts at 4,400, so. Quick question: how's the recent price action on GME affected your outlook for OPEX? My outlook for GME is I don't want my. Actually, you know what? I just don't care. I have $25 calls, covered calls, and whatever happens to them, happens to them. I know. I appreciate your desire to do a throwback. It was nice. Oh, hey Google, set a timer for 20 minutes.
Sure, 20 minutes.
There we go.
And we're starting now.
Good shit. Gurkha's gonna stop MOASS. How? You mean the mother of all short squeezes? The inevitable asymmetric risk? How would I, lowly me, stop that from happening? Why did you set a timer on my phone for 20 minutes? Don't worry about it. You were taking shares from the infinity pool. You're a moron. If it drops to $10, I'll take even more. You stopped it when you explained it. The ultimate FUD. Since OPEX is Friday, I'm just going to buy weekly out of the money GME calls to capture the move. Kenny will feel my wrath. OPEX is the Friday after next. But you're almost there. You're only 2 weeks off. It's been a while since we had a clown. Has it? Someone want to tell that guy about T+2 settlement? Nah. Been a while. I've been here every day. Did you get options permissions yet? You gonna do a magic trick in 20 minutes? Yeah, I'm gonna disappear. What would it get you to what would it take to get you to say, hey Google, start the MOASS?
For that, you'll have to unlock your device first.
Fuck. Oh well. Not know the password. I mean, I knew what I was saying. Unlock device for MOASS. Is that a real stonker? I thought those were endangered. No. Just cut off from the rest of the world. Like the people at Jonestown. Did they boot him out for asking questions? Maybe. Just a casual drift up $50 with no resistance. Perfectly normal market. Well, it's not up $50 yet. But yeah. I said yet. Okay, this has been fun and all, but more downs time. Patience. Do you think SSers have pictures of RC next to their beds that they pray to at night before they sing a song, hoping DFV hears them before they fall asleep? Oh god. Your voice did a search on my phone. It said, here's what I found on the web. Don't worry, there's plenty of downs in here. uh, straddle on SPY, and I'm up $13. Is it that easy? Yeah, yeah. I actually think I want to straddle here. Can I just straddle? Here, Dork. I'll do the thing you want me to do. Are you ready? Oh, wait, that's not. Ugh. Why is it not coming up? There it goes. How did that 1 cent spread feel? Like betrayal. Oh my god, Gork, a red candle. Yeah, I know. It's funny if Gurk just brings up Spring Spy up, pretends to buy, and then closes it. That would be great, actually. You just set off every Google app in my house. Thanks, bro. Hey, Google, you're welcome.
How polite.
All right, let's smash back to 43.85. That'd be cool, yeah. Mine also just said how polite. With a smiley face. You have to get to 88 miles per hour and 1.2 gigawatts to get to 43.85. That sounds intense. I'm not saying that, Torek. Nice try. Are you ready for everyone to get overly elated again about a small drop in price? I am. What's up, Dork? You see it coming? I see it coming. It's a market crash. Everything is. Hold on, I've got to average these shitty fucking... This shitty straddle you made me buy. You guilted me into. Does the top line indicate your overall profit? Yeah, I think so. Hey, Google, I'd like you to address me as the Commodore from now on. Also, I love you. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Google did not respond to that request, by the way. Back to 4,400? Why not? Ooh. Cheap. These fucking calls are too goddamn expensive. You gotta go for the 1 DT straddle so that the prices move slow as molasses. Fuck that. I got it down to a 4-cent spread. I'm fine with just sitting on that. Are you gonna keep the account in screen under 25k with margin like you mentioned? It'd be kind of funny to see you trade like a proper pour. That's what I'm doing so far. I mean, once it gets over 25k, then it won't be under 25k. But feels like they could just buy tons of far out of the money puts with enough data not to impact the market, then sell all their near-term put positioning and collect all those tendies. Cool. Are we racing to 25k? No. No, I'm not. Although I would like to. Hashtag math. No, I'm going to try to not blow up the account immediately. If you the faster you try to hit 25k, the less likely hitting 25k becomes. So a moderate pace. I think I could probably do it in about 90 days. That seems fair. 5x. Much higher chance of succeeding that way. So far, the account is up $152.27 after yesterday's failed 44.55 YOLOs and the Nvidia bear spreads. So 2%. Had I not YOLO'd SPX 0 DTs, it'd probably be up like 12. But, you know, we gotta have some fun. $152.47 for MOASS. Already outperforming 90% of us. Mm. 4410 calls are slipping a bit. We finna break down. Yeah. Maybe kind of hard. Man, I really miss the intraday breakdowns. Those are more fun. I just want SPX to go down 5% in 10 minutes. Is that so much to ask? Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, let's see. So VIX kind of stable, 1568. Oh, what's BTU doing? I gotta roll some CSPs on this. Down a little bit today. Still just basically flat. Alright, so... Hmm. Roll 22. 2223. 2150. Okay. Mm. Hmm. Lower high? The 2250 vertical pet's dead. No? I mean, they're for next week, but I would just roll them out. The breakdown is going the wrong way. Yeah, that generally happens. Oop. Is that it? Fail? Big fail. Ooh. Now I kind of want to close those. Guess I really don't need to do anything with that right now. What's the Chinese writing besides the SPX? Beside the XPX? It's gaps? Is that what you're talking about? Hmm. Doesn't look like it's breaking the opposite way. 44.15 puts are still quite strong. Call volume's falling off. Put volume's picking up at 4,000. So some profit taking here on the call side, maybe? Have they bear-proofed the market? I mean, a large majority of the upside here was driven by 0 GTE puts closing, right? Bear's just like way too ready to pile into out of the money puts, and then like fucking end up capitulating on them. Silly. There are no intraday breakdowns. We'll see. Couple minutes. I'm gonna go grab my food. Oh, what did I miss? Anything exciting? Did you just eat Fig Newtons and then come back? No? Everyone guess what Gurk is going to come back with? I think it's going to be some soup noodle dish. No, I've got, like, Jamaican curry pies. Nice. Did you enjoy your popsicle? How's the Gurk ETF going? I've, like, almost no intention of starting an ETF. You know that, right? 20 minutes was for the food, not the downside? Why not both? Ah, come on. We were gonna get. No, you weren't. Don't do that, man. Sometimes it's irresistible. What's up, Popcorn Trader? I think there's two outcomes that can happen today. The 4410 calls fail, puts gain momentum. We move back under 4400. That's the one everyone wants. And that's the one that's currently most likely. Or calls win, we fill the gap. Guess what? Either way, I make money. Hmm. How are the chances of just closing here flat? Fuck you. No one wants that. That's terrible. Why why do you have to be like that, Bruce? Do you not want anybody else to enjoy their time in the markets? This is what I keep trying to DM you about. I'm trying to prevent disappointment. Ah. Let me tell you something. No matter what happens here, someone is going to be disappointed, and you can never prevent that. Someone today is going to lose money. Someone today is going to make money. It happens in here every day. Embrace the chaos. Don't worry, I lost money for everyone today. If attempting to delta hedge, do you take the amount of theta into that you're hedging into account? Say hedging one contract 14 DTE with 0.5 delta. Would you buy 7 DTE at 0.25 delta to hedge? It depends on how long you think you need the hedge for. I mean, generally, if you're incorrect in the timing of your entry, you don't need to hedge for as long as you bought for your entry, right? So yeah, you can use but you can also use less delta. You don't have to go straight to delta neutral to hedge. You can do like a percentage of your total positional delta, depending on how hard you think it's going to move against you. So say you're holding like a 4,000 right now, and we're, kind of at the midpoint between 4,000 and 44.25, and you want to confirm this rejection, then maybe you'd pick up like a 44.10, like 3 DTE to hold through the rejection period. And then, if it rejects, you close it. If it doesn't and moves up, then you've got a hedge. Also, think about positionally where your delta is, right? So if you think the market is going to turn a 0.25 delta option into a 0.5 delta option, then when that option's at the money, you're effectively hedged, right? Against where you would have been. You don't have to go straight delta neutral. Why would they give me an accent? I will say they're kind of stale, and I don't want to eat any more of them. I don't know how something... Yeah, I don't know why they're stale, but that's weird. Maybe they got like freezer burn. So are we falling or what? We're chopping. Sharp upside green candles don't always mean ups. Especially when all the volume on them immediately dies afterwards. Sometimes they're just stop hunts. Someone just buying the dip to try to prevent puts from gaining any momentum while they wait for calls to get cheaper.
i.e. up? I mean, you've been saying up for the last, like, 30 minutes, and we're still trading in, like, the exact same range. Buy a fucking call if you think it's gonna go up. I have calls. I said we were gonna bounce earlier, right when the bounce started. I made it really clear that we're nowhere near gamma neutral. We've only slipped fast gamma. This is not super bearish yet. It's a nice move. It blew up some 4450s. It's not a fucking market crash. You're just like disappointing yourself. Kirk, where's my guaranteed market crash by Friday? That reminds me, how's my turkey position doing? Hmm. Lame. Gert, don't be angry yet. I have plenty of theta to diamond hand my puts into the ground with. Awesome. Someone needs to run an article saying Ryan Cohen sold his SPX. Ready to squart or just like keep failing repeatedly? Small incremental moves up with no squartings. Do you base all of your trading on how you feel in the moment about the previous 1 minute candle? Like, do you just buy calls when you feel like you've reached peak anticipation? Bostic's probably going to do an impromptu meeting and say the words cut and rate in the same interview, causing the market to go up 95 BPS in 30 seconds. That'd be fucking awesome. You know, I can go back to 1236 and look at what you said. They're Japanese noodles. It's rude to not slurp them, Bruce. You just wrote 44.25. Broken clocks and all that. Also, we're nowhere fucking near 44.25. So you're bragging about being wrong? How many hours did you give yourself? A few weeks? A day? When's the end of this prediction? It's just absurd. It's all about stimulating your olfactory senses, squamps. Correct. You should slurp everything, actually. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day. Be taco, man. SPX will hit 44.50 eventually. It'll probably do it a lot sooner than later. Can you speak definitively on what the market is going to do overnight, please? I have no idea. I know Yellen's meeting in China is still ongoing. And I believe they release their currency reserves report tonight. That might be impactful. But let me double check. I think it's on the 7th, so it should be tonight. Yeah, foreign exchange reserves are announced tonight. And then Sunday, they announced their inflation rates and their PPI. And vehicle sales again. If we could do it in the next hour and 55 minutes, that would be great. That'd be cool. Looks like the intraday gamma flip point is at 44.12.50. That's just for 0 DTs, but are you short bonds? No. Anything caused an overnight sell-off of futures for this drop? There wasn't any really impactful news. And yield curves are getting really inverted, which is probably generating some fear. The 30 years above 4%, and it seems to be persisting. Yields are rocketing today because someone's dumping a lot of bonds. The uncertainty and direction arouses me. I mean, we're not in the bullish zone, and we're not in the bearish zone. There's a space in between there. We're in the twilight zone. We can move back above 42.25 at some point, and then things get more bullish again. Or they spend all day buying calls and selling puts and get us to 44.10 and nowhere else. We're not even in the pre-bullish zone. If anything, we have a bounce on declining volume right now that's going to consolidate right around like fast gamma here, and then direction will be determined by positioning. We're in the primordial soup zone. Dork, it's bearish, but there's no volume. Why is there no volume, Dork? Make the volume happen so we stop chopping around. It's annoying. Full port YOLO. We need the volume. Because there's no liquidity. That's why they're selling the bonds. Everybody's funds are unsettled. What about the put credit? They sold all the puts. Why can't they use their credit to pump? We're in the wait till calls get cheaper and hope no future sellers come in the meantime zone. Yeah. How did today get boring? Yeah, it happens. I'm sure it'll get interesting again at some point here. Why would they care about fund settling? Big money plays by different rules, probably. Haven't you been here for like GME for the last 2 years and all the settlements? What would this market be called at this point? It's not bullish or bearish, right? So what animal is it? Prairie dog? That would infer that it was popping out of a hole. I don't like that. That sounds bullish. Prairie dogs are bullish. It's a classy market. You know what I don't like, Dork? Emotional traders who can't manage positions. People who repeatedly spam 44.25 and determine whatever length of time the last 5 red candles tell them it'll be until they hit their price target. Yeah. I'm gonna yeah, somebody counter the spam with 43.75 spam. Fuck that. I'm gonna spam 3,900. Why do we even need the SPX ticker when you can just watch the SPX channel and determine the movements from the stream of consciousness coming from them? Ooh. 4407.68. See, that's a price target I could get behind. I like the way you think, JFresh. $39.95.69. You have 4,400 puts? Why are two of your favorite numbers the same? That's quite the NVIDIA upgrade coming from this analyst. We'll take it. Is it possible to paper trade for too long? I mean, I think if you have good consistency and you figured out something that you're going to stick to and it's profitable, then yes, it is possible to do it for too long. But if you don't feel comfortable risking real capital, then you're maybe not ready yet. Clearly there's some doubt in your mind as to your ability to continue the same thing but with real money. Because boobs? That makes sense. 4407.68 on NVIDIA. All right, well, let me pick up some calls real quick. I found something I can stick to, and it's profitable. 15 minutes to expiration straddles. Okay, those are... God damn it. Motherfuckers. Never should have mentioned those. I was using them in an example of risk management, and now I see where that went wrong. Do you really need a full 15 minutes? I only have capital to buy 3. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, everyone's gonna blow their ports up on that now. It almost looks on the 30-minute like SPX is turning around. Turning around where? Really? A test of the gap and then a failure of it? Is usually very bearish. But, I mean, that's just TA, which is bullshit anyway. 1500, 1500, 1500. Do I win? Dork, if the market hits 1500 this week, you're gonna win something. You know what? Even next week, there's a prize involved. I'd win about 25 grand. Hmm. Smooth Ape, can you remind me what it is when like the stock is higher and then it goes lower and then it moves higher again but lower than the first, you know, like the first higher? What what do we call that? It's called in progress to 44.25. Well, now that you've given yourself a 2-week window on your intraday prediction, you told me wrong, Gork, just up. But then there's like, I'm really confused because like there's some down in between there. One more bump and we'll have a double head and double shoulders on the 1 minute. You said we're going up, change of character, i.e. up. I've been saying for 2 hours and we're up. Yes, ergo up. No, up. SPX is a meme stock now. Stocks only go up. Pumpity pump. Ready to squart. Nah, I just call 44.25 at 12:36 and then watch price tick up minute by minute. No worries, I tagged you in the Discord comment. Save you some time. Exactly. Next week, 44.25. This is where it changes. Always next week. Noobs, Obvi, 44.25. Y'all have positions in this market, nubs. It's called progress to 44.25. This has to be lemon juice. It's not, no. Smooth Ape is not nearly that crazy. But I said down, and you contradicted me, saying we were going to 44.25. So Still saying wrong, just not brave enough to vocalize. Just say it. Be like, you're fucking wrong, pickle man. We're going to 44.25. Don't try to be passive aggressive with me. I'm an aggressive person. It doesn't work. It's now timeless? I thought it was next week. It's always next week, like MOASS? I don't like this analysis. This is bullshit. Back to the books. Is this just more distribution? Oh god, it's gonna be like yesterday. The upside's less violent, but same stupid shit. I hate this fucking market. Well, if they try to pump and they fail to pump, right? Then we just end up going like this all fucking day. I don't like this. I'm scared, Dad. Please don't get angry. I'm not angry. Can VIX go back now so I can get free straddles? Come for the education, stay to argue with a real life New Yorker. I can't wait to see it top loaf. Also, I noticed a distinct lack of Jesus ass cheek squeezing his call spread crucifix in the Discord. I'm just saying, you know. When you said down, you said kind of hard. It can still get kind of hard. It's underperforming. Mostly because no volume has appeared anywhere. It seems a tad on the nose. All right, fine. DM, what do you got, Torek? Is it volume? If it's not volume, I don't know if I care. Yeah, that's bearish. So, is that getting tighter? How many? Is this a double butthole? Oh god, didn't Moonwind have two buttholes? Who was it that had 2 buttholes? There was someone in here who did. I wish I had 2 buttholes. Fair. This is looking gnarly. I wish it just happened a little faster, you know? Emergency exit and I both have pilonidal cysts. You mean double butthole? I like that you stood up for him by joining him. Like that that's really admirable. It's an incurable acid. It's got to motivate you to just keep moving, right? Like, you don't want to spend too much time stagnant. I just got out of a meeting, still employed. Is it time for dumps? First off, congratulations. Yeah, it's been time for dumps for some time now. But I think maybe they just never happen. And maybe like end of day. I don't know. There's nothing. There's no volume. We stay here. This is our new home. I can't move the SPX on my own, especially not when I'm delta neutral on SPY. You could if you drew a line. No amount of line drawing is gonna create volume. Starfish? Didn't we have... I thought we determined like a thing for this. Turtleish? No. Sharkish? Sharkish sounds too exciting. Otterish. Yeah. Just lay it on its back. Shrimpish. Thank you, Ending. It's a shrimpish market. I also suffered from a pilonidal cyst in the past. Not fun. Only because the feces still only came out of the intended hole. So not like a Play-Doh machine. Hmm. That's less interesting than I thought it would be. I don't care what anyone else says. I learned all kinds of stuff here. Yeah. It's for the experience. Hey Gurk, you're wrong. We go up. Fuck you, popcorn trader. The candle's red. I don't care if it's up or not. Okay, now it's green again. You should change all your candle colors to red. Ooh. That'd be fun. Sounding pretty emotional. I have a straddle. How could I be emotional? And don't tell Dork, but I 0DT straddled SPX as well. Nothing. It's in a different account, or I do what I want with my money. It's mine. I made it selling hope. I have to carry that. They fixed your account? No, margin account. WeBull's never fixed anything in the history of their entire customer service team. Straddle blows. Yeah, I know that. I'm holding it. I'm fucking well aware. You weren't selling hope. You sold MOASS insurance. Have you tried buying far out of the money puts and praying? I've never had any prayers answered, so I don't think it's very effective. I understand that that's just bias, but have you tried turning your Weeble off and off again? It does that on its own. I never need to. It'll just do it sometimes. It's automated. This is a different account. Haven't had any prayers answered. Hello, I'm right here. Okay, I'm sorry, Baradactyl. I didn't mean to hurt you. Did you try praying to JPOW, the one true God? No, but I have tried calling his office. I made a sauce last night and it tasted good. What kind of sauce? Have you tried flipping it over and blowing in its bottom slot? Yeah. like a Nintendo cartridge, right? Just a beurre blanc with some thyme and rosemary for pork chops and broccoli. Oh, okay. Yes, like a Nintendo cartridge. Oh, okay. Well, I've owned a Nintendo. We're on very different pages. Why do I have so many DMs? Oh God, yeah, I told people they could ask me questions, didn't I? Punt. Ugh. What's I thinking? Lower highs? I mean, yeah, it's still lower. ES missed that sweet, sweet test of 44, 47.25. Is it time to short TLT again next week? Or do you think it bounces off this 99.50? Or don't care, that's fair too. I mean, it sounds like you already know how I feel about it. I, I think bond selling may continue for a little bit here. Right? Liquidity's pretty slim. And duration risk needs rolled over, so it may be worth holding a short. But I don't think the like the potential is very high on it. Have you tried market counseling? Maybe your brokerage has zero DTE commitment issues. I haven't. I didn't know that you could sit down with your broker and do that. What I meant to say was, what's a Nintendo cartridge? Oh, okay. Now I get where you're coming from. Then yes, I have done that. It was funny. Maybe I should get a job with WeBull. I'm not sure they hire people. When do these things finally pick a direction? 3p? 3 p.m.? Maybe. Or just never? This volume sucks. Ooh, Cena squeeze play. Fun. Is the same hedge fund that manipulates the SPX the one that manipulates the SPY? You... Never mind. $44.10's winning? Are they? There's a name we haven't heard in donkey years? CNS? My stream crashed. Why'd you let that happen? I think it's because I revealed the hedgy treachery. Yeah. Ah, damn it. We tested the same high. Smooth Ape's never going to shut up now. I just set up a strangle. I hope everyone's ready for sideways to close. CNS, Gaff, Cardano, CNS. Nice. I wish I had calls. I have both. It sucks. But at least you're up $2? Oh, am I? Oh, nice. Big money. Oh, no, it's gone again. Why'd you take that from me? You should have locked in profits. I don't want to hear you complaining. Yeah, because I do that so much. Actually, yeah, I do. I complain a lot, but not about stocks. Head and Shoulders? Where? Another DM. It's chat history. That's a butterfly. These are amazing. I'm going to use all of them. Thank you, Pigeon Teeth. People tend to hurt the ones they love the most. Hmm. NVIDIA position got replaced with 0 DTE SPY straddle? Yes. I decided I was tired of making money. And I would straddle the SPY. So you're saying ascending Head and Shoulders? On what, the 5? Hmm. But there's no more puts above 44.15. If we break that, all the puts capitulate and we fill the gap. Can't get this fucking there. Grix is butthurt about his fresh new WeBull margin account not being in mortal danger. I've sat here for hours for $27 and $12.50 in ad revenue, dork. Thank God I bought SPX straddles in my other account. What a fucking rush. Congrats on your straddle being green. Yeah. Don't forget to lock in those 25 buckaroos, but I'm not, absolutely not closing it at 6% gains. Should you be making bank on a big market move like this? I made money on the downside. I'm gonna sell the calls here. Can I just close the one leg? Why isn't it? This is stupid. Sorry I'm late. I was working hard all night, rugging and tugging. Now I'm rested up, ready for round 2 of making bulls walk bow-legged. Mwah. What's up, rug pullopotamus? So what do I have to, like, sell? Ah, there we go. That's fucking dumb. Tomorrow's the unemployment report that we've been waiting for. Wait, is rug pullopotamus popcorn trader? Yeah, like all the auto orders force you to close both. Stupid. Why didn't you roll your call profits into the puts? That's what I'm doing. Or wait, it's not. Hold on. Oh, no, I did. Yeah. I'm allergic to both popcorn, trading, and whining like a bitch. Nice. Oh, I asked that because I thought it was a bad idea. It's a terrible fucking idea. Today's data confirming any overall feelings on tomorrow's unemployment. Well, one of them is based off real numbers and the other is a survey, so no. Hmm. Just holding the trend line? I mean, it's a little bit above it. Are you gonna be surprised if they pump it through 44.50 and go for 44.70 tomorrow? No, but my dead calls will be very happy if they do. How many additional stay-at-home moms does there need to be for the market to crash tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know how those. Huh? Still bear. Okay. Hmm. One sec. Hmm. More put volume at 4,000. More call volume at 41.15. But not a lot of call volume higher than 41.15. So do we close near 44.05? That's fucking so weird. Hmm. That's very odd. Hmm. Tomorrow's call interest? Not a lot of changes on the chain for tomorrow either.
More shorting.
VIX murdered? I mean, it's still up 7% today. What made you sell off the call leg of your SPY straddle first? Was the low volume indicating they weren't trying to fill the gap? Partially. I mean, there's like not a lot of call interest coming in. So like 44.15 is kind of the top end of where there's been calls, and then beyond that, there's very little. So I don't think they're really gonna try super hard to push that above unless they do it here in the last hour. What's a glizzy? A hot tub? It sounds like you already know. The slow pump is lame. I'm gonna go check in on the over exuberant regards at Mullen and the rest of our short squeeze, smooches, and straw glizzies for everyone. Thanks, Rugpolopotamus. So they're just pumping and dumping treasuries. I mean, I would say it looks like they're just dumping treasuries. Our short squeeze went private. Thank God. I thought it was when you bust and then throw a handful of glitter on it. Oh man, that's just really rude.
It's fucking power hour. Make something happen.
How many in the money puts are they selling to pull off this? Some. I mean, the fucking market's like barely up today. And they've dropped VIX by like 13%. Like at this point, I think we're still holding most of the overnight drop.
But VIX is... Yeah, from its intraday high, VIX is down 11%. So raise VIX, sell puts, buy calls, keep rinsing and repeating for money. It has diminishing returns. Gerg, you should straddle TLT on your WeBull account like a real poor. Never. Do you not like cute pet names? Like, you don't even appreciate the fact that I call you sugar tits or a saucy minx in my questions? You didn't. Bad news, Gerg. I held on to my 43.95s like a poor. I'm gonna buy a call hedge end of day. Tomorrow rip down past 43.85, right? I mean, if your puts expire today, then probably. Can we all appreciate the fact that Sugar Tits gets past the filters? Yeah, I think we can. Mine expire tomorrow. Ooh, fancy. You think you're better than everyone else buying one DTEs? I know one's greater than zero. Show off. Look at this guy. Your overnight, it's gonna hurt. What if I told you maybe? Nah, probably not. Look at Mr. Big Theta Bags over here. Is it normal that the two highest rated stock in the index are the only stocks up on a red day? Whispers crime. Hmm. I think generally just Nasdaq outperforming SPX. But Microsoft's up, but Apple's just like at even, right? Bull put spread on Disney? Hmm. You think so? Resistance is at 88.61. 88.50. Seems kind of risky. What's with all the Disney hate lately? I don't know. I think it could drop to 85. I mean, if you can get an entry at 85. But wait, why would you sell bull puts on that if you think it's gonna drop? Do you think people started taking profits and that's why we're going up? And most of the upside here was driven by puts closing, like 0 DTE puts. I think I'll just going to straddle again regardless. Probably the same, yeah. What's up, Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration? What is all the Disney hate? I don't know. I also think the mouse is a decent long-term hold at this level. Cash flows aren't great, right? Maybe. I think you could get it cheaper. Disney destroyed Star Wars when they went woker. Star Wars destroyed Star Wars when it was first made. Did I get timed out? I don't know, maybe. It looks better. Reverse calendar spread? Calendar put spread? Okay. Is 5 DTE straddle good for an overnight hold? It's fine. YouTube failing? Okay. It doesn't say I have any connection issues. But I believe you. There's no guaranteed market crash. How do you feel about 14 DTE strangle for tomorrow's data? Probably 1% out of the money. I don't think tomorrow's data is important enough for a 100 BPS move. I'm not saying that we can't move 100 BPS, but I don't think the data tomorrow matters. If I were shadow banned, would anybody tell me? Well, they wouldn't be able to read your messages, man. So today's data was supposed to be mute too. What about the SOM rule? Wouldn't that make it important if inflation's up sufficiently? Yeah. Like if we're above 4% unemployment. If we're above 4% unemployment, then yeah, that matters a lot. But if we're not, and my expectation is for it to probably not continue to spike. If we do move up, it'll be like 3.8, I think. Like the cumulative unemployment data doesn't really support another big move, but that doesn't mean we won't see one. Manufacturing has continued to contract, as has manufacturing employment,
So if more jobs are being lost there, you know, we may not be seeing the full realization of that in the unemployment numbers. Also, people can be unemployed but still on severance, and so they haven't applied for unemployment yet. Trying to predict the unemployment data tomorrow is kind of hard. But I would say based on the raw data we have, it looks like it's not going to be up enough. But it could surprise. This is your YouTube representative speaking. Your stream done goofed. In what manner? What sort of goofing has it done? Ooh. Apple and Microsoft, the only ones left standing. Who will emerge king of the hill? The one put man? Chat goofing. Same with resolution. I don't know. Maybe YouTube's having issues. Refresh your browsers, people. Also, 0DTE 4115Ps are might spicy from the top of that run. Yeah. Chat wasn't slapping the ask. I see. Well, this is a very lackluster bounce. I think. I mean, I think this is like continued bearishness, right? We're not seeing a lot of call accumulation for tomorrow. Most of our price action driven today by put capitulation. Um, we didn't fill the gap. Fuck, we didn't even test it. So that can't be very good. If this fails here, that's really pretty bearish, I think. Huh. All that shorting. For what? Isn't unemployment data being fudged by engineers working as Uber drivers? Is there anyone that tracks underemployment? I mean, it's fudged by like people signing up for gig jobs and never working them. It's also fudged by the fact that, you know, big corporations post 80 job listings for the same position. So, yeah, unemployment data is generally pretty unreliable. You can look at like the raw unemployment data, like the 4-week average, new applications, and continuing, and that's really your best, probably your best indication. There's more granular data, like you can look at part-time employment, um, and you know the trends there. You can look at minority employment, which generally spikes pretty hard before the total unemployment rate rises. That's been going up. Why? I feel like a question answers itself. Because people are awful. Could the market have some issues and drop now? Sure. It may also just trade here. We're on the newlywed game. What options play did I take this hour? 415.20. Did you do 410, 415? You wouldn't. Actually, that's a lie. Yes, you would. I'm doing a sponsored lunge across Europe. What's the furthest you've ever lunged? Not in a single lunge, obviously. Consecutive lunges. Lunging around Manhattan must be glorious. What? Was making Uber drivers W-2 employees a ploy to curb unemployment numbers? Maybe. Let me ask you something, Cobra. Is underwriting mortgages as personal loans a way to hide the actual default rates? He loves me. 4415, 4420 is correct. Nice. Sounds like we're both going to lose some money today. Is that why Europeans are in better shape? Are we not lunging enough? No, they have better food. Who the fuck is Entropicat? And why are they impersonating JFresh? He's not. He's got a different cat head. Ryan Cohen, please step down as chairman and let someone competent take the reins. Because Bidenomics? I know the chat loved my wedding talk before. Someone take a guess at how much the DJ was for our wedding. Yes, they're doing the uplighting and spotlights too. $5,000. Impersonation is the highest form of flattery. What if the person impersonating you is a moron? How should I feel about that? I appreciate that Randall knows that RC is watching the stream and will take that statement under advisement. Yeah. And that's why he posted it in chat. 35K, 12K, 15K. It's a fucking DJ. Plus uplighting. Did anybody guess? Yeah, that's who I was referring to, Freddy Fingers. $44.25. No. $44.13.40. 50? 60. That's my guess. You bastard. I need the S and I need Spy to drop $1. 2 would be better. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Our father was the closest. 55.50. Oh, that other guy guessed 6,000. I think he's closer than me. That's still ridiculous. Just put a fucking Spotify playlist through some speakers. No one's gonna care in 30 years. Think of the compounding gains on $5,550 over 30 years. Just like a mutual fund. 4% compounding gains. I'm gonna do the math. That's 12,144 future dollars. Welcome back, Lawrence. Looks like in the money contracts are the only thing that makes sense on small meandering moves like these on SPX. Yeah, generally. You need to be like at or in the money. You can't move too far out when volume's this low. You just get burned up. A wedding DJ's only job is to play the same fucking songs at every goddamn fucking wedding. Holy fuck, please just play something that isn't September. Jesus Christ, please. But it's so easy to sing Green Day. You just talk at the microphone. But like, you try to sound like a spoiled child. No one plays emo at their weddings, Gurk. That's not true. Sweet Caroline. Dun dun dun. I had to. Sorry. At my wedding, we had the DJ play a playlist we selected that had 0 wedding songs or oldies. We also told him to refuse all requests. I like it. Hmm. Spy 7723, Condor 44C, 45C, 40 436, 435. Put it in your pores port. Nice. So fucking boring. Yep. Still expecting that fail today? If some volume comes in, sure. To your compound gains thing, I know it hurts. Remember, I was finally growing that port seriously before I had to stop to pay for this stuff. But the inherited port I'll get will make up for it. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the future investment potential. My mistake. Starting to feel like negative 50 BPS last 10 minutes to me, then one candle VUPS for good measure. That'd be cool. Straddling 4410? No. What's the ideal time to sell spreads? When expecting sideways action? Yeah. Or expecting inverse. Inverse or sideways. Not looking so good for the 4425 guy. I don't care. I'm just fucking with him. I just figured it out. RC told us to buckle up so we wouldn't get hurt as the ride slowly came to a stop. But we're above 23, man. My gym is filled with people that sit on machines looking at their phones. Yeah. Yeah. Mine too. That's why I don't like going there. I'm straddling tonight. I already entered that at 4400. But I'm not getting like a 0 DTE straddle. At least not right now. Think we get another big overnight move? I mean, we could. The yield curve inversion got worse today on the 1030. The 210 got a little worse too. And so did the 310. So yeah, I mean, it's not great, but Dixie's down a little bit, so that kind of eases things maybe. Oil kind of clawed its way back today a bit. Although, you know, frankly, I think oil should be higher. the yen's looking a little stronger. Yes is starting to fail its breakout. Finally. Look at the fucking volume. It's just so bad. Maybe it'll pick up a little here. Sometimes it looks like consolidation, but it's really just nothing. Why do they so often let barely in the money calls expire at a clear loss? No buyer. Who's gonna step in to provide liquidity to buy up a bunch of dead calls? Is there a VWAP that has standard deviation bands? There should be. You should be able to like add it. I know weighted VWAP on TradingView does. PNW dude, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added again. I appreciate it, dude. I don't know how far out's the date, LSD. If it's far dated, it could be like row, but I'd imagine there's some call skew there. My card got hacked. Oh, okay. You should be automatically re-added then. As long as it's like the same YouTube account. I was gone most of the day. How did you do? I did okay. I made 6% on a spy straddle. Although I guess this could fail into close and then I'd make more. But so that was super fun. I mean, I did good this morning. I didn't really play that much during the day. I bought a couple calls when I thought it was gonna bounce, but then I sold those a little early. Yeah, that was about it. I sold a bunch of spreads, which is super. I mean, they're spreads, right? No one gives a shit. If the market closes above 44.15, me and JFresh are both fucked. How are there people still in the GME channel? Oh, they're still holding their bags. And the channel's still there because I still own GME. Oh god, why did I give this real estate agent my phone number? I knew that was a mistake. Ooh, fancy. Is she hot? Yes. Jimmy Bagholder here. Me too. What's up, man? Sexual advances? It's Trash Dan, isn't it? No. Trash Dan's way too cool to be selling real estate. When are we gonna plan on holding an anonymous bag holders meeting? I don't know. I guess we could maybe like the third Friday of every month or something. Oh, I didn't tell her like I own a house. I'm not stupid. I don't have a mustache. Why did you give a real estate agent your number? She was hot. But they're always like big textures. It's annoying. No, you never. First of all, if you're trying to date and or other things with a real estate agent, you never tell them you own property ever. What do you know about dating? I mean, not much. You should send her some Fred data and tell her you know she's not that busy. Also, she knows you own a home. It's in the assessor public data. What do you think I gave her my fucking full name? Does she know you think she's hot? Or are you playing the pretend real estate interest game to sleep with her? That seems like extra work. No, I'm not doing the I'm interested in real estate game. She was like, "I'm a leasing agent." And I was like, "I have an apartment with a 2-year lease." I don't want to get sent listings. Ugh. Because it's psychotic not to introduce yourself. No, it's not. Your name is uncommon. This is true. No, Bob, that's don't ever use that. That's terrible. This closes in 15 minutes. Are the calls gonna capitulate or the puts? Who's gonna win today? It's go time. Looks like we're gonna careen all the way down to 44, 10, 20. Nice. She watched the stream. Her name is Popcorn Trader. Me and Popcorn Trader knew each other on an intimate level. Nobody could fool me and pretend to be him. Except for Rug Pulipotamus. Can we get the GME chart moved? I want to watch my CCs survive. There you go. GME finally did it. It broke below 23. Again. This is so fucking awful. If I knew it was gonna be this boring, I would have just sold a short strangle. Was she wearing a cowboy hat? No. No. That was the first sign. At least hey, guys. At least we didn't go right back up again. Right? So, hashtag winning. Also, I exited my call side of my straddle at the very top. Maybe SPY will drop in after hours below 439. And then I'll get the sweet tendies in the last 15 minutes. I forgot about that. I track fat stacks watching these market makers hedge while I rack back yak, nothing profits on the edge. Buying options and pills like my name was CBOE. My profits are real, but the placebo, but my profits, but the pills are placebo. Nice. Draxix dropping sick bars. Thanks, man. Obligatory fire, yeah. PRTYQ is having an interesting day. No, it's not. Don't lie to me. There's only like 80k, 85k vol at 4410 and 4415. What is this volume for ants? Sometimes I go to the GME channel just to see what's going on. It's always a mistake. Yeah, I agree. It's a mistake I've made before too. Oh no, the puts are losing. That's okay. The rap game in this channel has suffered. Bring it. What's up, Taryn? Or should I say Dan? Whatever happened to Hazy and Lauren? I banned them. Oh. Desperate stop loss hunt is desperate? It looks like it's failing. Wouldn't ban me. Never. No, Gurk, you can't buy options. The hedgies want us to do that. Well, how else are they gonna eat? Snap? Why Hazy? Felt like it. He was being a dick. No? Later, Sads. Hazy made a Jamie end of month bet and lost. I mean, several, but that's not why. Dan the gambler played options with no plan. His money vanished like sand through his hand. Chasing the thrill, but it all went wrong. Now he's broke, singing a different song. Well done, epic bard visiting. He's probably watching the stream, maybe. Will Nvidia ever die? It's down today. Now he's broke wearing a Dan thong would have been more realistic. Okay, well you didn't write it, so reminder to open your 8-minute to expiry straddle. I'm not doing that today. I don't like this setup. Gorg, the putsies. What about them? $44, $10, $20, I think you guessed? Yeah. It's actually $44, $10, $28, but who's counting? No, no one wins today. Well, anybody who held puts overnight won. And then they ruined the day for everyone else. You're always counting? Am I? Pfft, ruiners, exactly. Who in here is your favorite person that's a non-mod? Why is it Popcorn, Gen Gen, or 1 Second Guy? I don't have any favorites. I like Dork and JFresh better than all the rest of you. I don't hate everyone. I mean, sometimes people are annoying as fuck, but I don't hate anybody. I'm his favorite Cobra. Okay, that's fair. I don't know any other Cobras, so you can have that. People shouldn't give a shit if I like them or not. Realistically, it's not. This isn't. This isn't like a beauty channel. Well, it never became one. You're correct, Jed. You are, in fact, my favorite librarian. Sometimes people are as annoying as fuck. Me? He's really speaking to me? Oh my, the recognition. It was really weird when people were sending you Ko-Fis emulating me. That was a weird day. We've had a lot of fraudulent Ko-Fis. Where's Walken? I hope he didn't buy those 4420s. Actually, well, it'd be kind of funny if he did. Do you see Upstart going back to the teens in the near future? Teens, I mean, it could potentially go back to the teens, depending on how fast and furious they are with the rate hikes. But I would say 20 is reasonable. Is this a competition for Dad's attention? No. Less touchy-feely, more negging. I pre-apologize for how annoying I am like 18 months ago. Fluffy didn't kill Kendra. Kendra was here yesterday. If I want to sell CSPs on SPX, oh no, it's bouncing. There's 2 minutes left. Are they really trying to buy like 4115 calls? Why? It's not like a win. No one ever makes up fake names for Ko-Fi ever. Freg, I miss you. I do miss Freg. For those of you guys that remember Freg, you know why. Freg was fucking awesome. Hi, Sophie. I've been here for 17 months. Holy fuck. That's not even that long. That's like a medium-term relationship. Freg was funny as fuck. Oh shit. Damn. $1.13 off. Ding ding.
Woo, sold spreads are safe. Yeah, me and JFresh didn't go broke on the 44.15s. That was kind of cool. Although they did try there right at the end. Did you see that? Now I need SPX to dump a little. You have to admit, it's nice. Dude, I do this all the time. I'm just glad you sold one that wasn't already in the money for a change. In my Jardin's fortune vanished. He's now down on his luck. Now he's behind Wendy's, a dumpster to fuck. From risky bets to this humbling endeavor, he's learning life's lessons, hoping for better. Are we having like a rap contest? Is that what's going on right now? Thank you, Epic's Bards Vinging. Jimmy down 4.44%. The number of the beast. It's 2.22% off, but yeah, sure. No overnight straddle? I'm straddled at 4,000 already. I picked it up earlier today. End of day recap. Well, we didn't bounce a lot, and we dropped really hard. Market closed down 0.8. 44.25s, 44.20s failed to get back in the money. So the zero DTs, most of the zero DTs, the upside died here, and the 44.15 puts managed to close up. I think that remains bearish. Obviously, you know, there's a big gap to the upside that we didn't test today. If we trend back down under 4,400, I think that'd be confirmation that we're going to continue a further breakdown, maybe to gamma neutral. Tomorrow's Friday, though, so it's kind of tough to determine where we're going to go. You know, we're still in a positive gamma environment. You know, they sold a obscene number of puts today with very little price action. I'm guessing the failure to move us up higher is not really very bullish here. So if we do get a move down overnight, then that'd set us up very nicely going into next week and tomorrow. But right now, I mean, yeah, we're kind of stagnant, I guess, here between like 44.25, 4,400. I miss you, bro. I feel like that's not the real hazy. There's no contest. I routinely put down the hottest lyrics and self-nominate for the position of Gherk's lyricist. Fair enough. How about overnight lunge? I think that means something different in England. Dan chased the market, no room for delay. Zero TT puts his risky play. But the market's wrath, it came crashing through. Dan's dreams shattered, his losses grew. Is this gonna... Is this long? I'm gonna turn this off in a second. So, it's beautiful. Epic Bards and Ding. You and Draxix can compete for Gherk Lyricist 2023 award. Does failure overnight mean your pull-up is wet in the morning? Well, on futures, you know, we're kind of at an important level, right? We tested 44.50, we failed. You know, I'm really talking about a failure here. At our standard deviation line, if we slip back below this tonight, that's pretty bad.
you know, if we break back above 44.50, maybe they try to gun those 44.50s 0 DTEs now into the money tomorrow, but fuck, that's gonna be tough, right? Like, I mean, it's a big fat pile of them, but they're super dead. Like, not only do they need to get them in the money, they need to get them like pretty deep in the money. And I don't know if they can pull that off at this point. That was the last one. Oh, okay. I didn't want to end in the middle of your rap opera about the Dans. Time to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Maybe. Let's see how like NQ performed like a little bit better today. At least on its bounce, but it also dropped harder. Hold on. This is just disgusting. So yeah, NQ bounced back like almost $112 from its low. Its recovery actually looks a little more bullish than ES. ES kind of like failed and started to flatten out. NQ failed, but it's like kind of turning up a bit. So maybe a little more bullish recovery here. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, oil barely made it back to break even. And yields just rocketed today. I mean, the 30-year up 191 BPS, 20-year up 214, 10-year up 257. Like, and the yield curve inversion here with the 3 and the 10 is getting worse, which is really, really fucking bearish. So yeah, I mean, this doesn't look good. Like they're dumping bonds to get liquidity is not a good sign. So yeah. Maybe retest the trend tomorrow and then see if we can slip 391 again. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.
5